The best Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic.
Good morning. Thought I'd help you wake up.
It's 6 a.m. and you're listening to The John Kincade Show, Philadelphia's longest-running sports talk morning show. On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Let the party begin!
The show starts now.
Yes, it does. John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. I have no idea who's been messing. Your mic was messed the other day.
They fixed it, though.
Well, this
so we're
mic,
good.
this mic is bent in ways I've never seen it bent
I blame
as long as
Connor.
I've sat here. Connor, I'm not blaming you for this because you did not sit in this spot since then.
I sat there Sunday.
Yeah, no.
But,
This was fine
since
yesterday.
No.
No, this was fine. Somebody came in here and fiddled with these mics because I know Tyrone Johnson does not screw with it because I've sat in this seat after Tyrone constantly. Tyrone doesn't mess with it. Devon doesn't mess with it. I've sat behind him. Even though beef with Devon Givens to begin the show today.
Uh-oh.
What?
How?
Beef.
How is that possible?
Yeah, like the nicest guy in the entire station. Devon Givens left this place like an inferno last night. I'm taking it was Devon who was in last night.
Okay, well, you're incorrect because Tom Alvord and Ray Dunn were in that studio
Okay,
last
that's
night
freaking-
with Devon with a night off.
Much appreciation.
Apology is
Devon
to be
gets
handed
the
out.
Devon
Wow.
gets the my error because Devon's the guy who usually turns up the heat.
Yes.
Tom Alvord and Ray Dunn must be like the frickin' Golden Girls, like living at a place for mom. Like, I mean, it was 100 degrees when I opened that door this morning. They had it turned up to the absolute top. Now, both Ray and Tom both look like they could use a sandwich. You know, they little meat on their bones. But, I mean, seriously, it was so hot in here this morning. It took like 15 minutes. Thankfully, Bob was a little late this morning from what you usually, not late, but later than you usually show up. Or Bob would have walked into it going, jeez, is this the Wildwood Boardwalk in August? It was hot.
It's like everything in life. It's either extreme or
Yes.
it's nothing. And then this studio is one way or the other.
Oh, my gosh.
It's pretty nice in here. Nice and temperate. Feels like 70.
You're all by yourself.
See, I want
Look
Delco
at
H.
you.
I'm good in here.
I want Delco HVAC in here. So, Connor, why are you in that seat?
That's a great question. Pat is dealing with a little bit of some stomach thing.
Yeah,
I don't
not
know.
good.
I don't know. He's not feeling well.
Okay, did you wipe everything down?
Sure.
Oh, you didn't?
Nope. I'll be fine.
We cannot.
Did you wipe?
We
yes,
cannot.
I always wipe.
We cannot lose you.
I'm like a cockroach. You can't kill me.
That is very good.
I'll be here.
Well, we cannot lose you, though. We need Coach out today. And so it is Bob, it is John, it is Connor. It's the John Kincade Show here on 97.5 The Fanatic. And our 6 a.m. hour is brought to you by Bradford White Water Heaters. Bradford White is here for the pro. So maybe it was 100 degrees in here because the boys were turning up the heat last night. Maybe they were turning up the heat on the fact that game last night, I was so excited to see it because I enjoy getting in the car usually at least once a year and trying to go to opposing stadiums. I love a little drive, go somewhere. I do not like the new Yankee Stadium as much as the old one, but it is still an awesome experience to go watch a ball game at Yankee Stadium. To watch a game there, exciting also. And I sat down last night saying yes, and I did money line yesterday on my BetParks app, and I was like, tonight's the night. Tonight's the night they bust out. And that one last night pissed me off. And the first weekend I shrugged off. Last night, pissed off. Because to me, last night was sloppy baseball. And I got to tell you, I thought Brandon Marsh, and I still think he could be an answer for this franchise. But last night he was a giant question mark because I have no idea where his head was. And it reminded me of Game 5 of the World Series when he started out a game with a terrible play in the field that ended up costing them a game. But one of the things that cost them a game. And last night it just started again. And then to make an error on the base paths, A stupid error on the base paths. And I've always wondered why errors aren't awarded on baseball base paths. Because that was a freaking error last night when you're being told not to run and you run right through it because you're not paying attention. Last night pissed me off. That was a bad loss last night.
Yeah, he had a bad game.
That was a bad one. And I still think he could be an answer, but last night was terrible.
Oh, yeah, it's one game. I'm not.
God,
yeah.
It was terrible.
The fly ball, I'm not sure. If you're going after it, fine, but why isn't your body in front of the ball? That didn't make sense to me. Like, he's kind of sidewinding it, and it goes all the way through. For a team that's struggling to start a game like that, absolutely sucks. Because then you know the train's just going downhill after that. And then I for the first time in a long time watching a sporting event, I started yelling last night. Like, what the hell are you doing on the base pass? What are you doing? So, first of all, you almost run through a stop sign. Well, if you're going to run through a stop sign, run through the stop sign.
Run through it.
Yeah, stop, and then to stop, and then start going again. Like, did you not see the pitcher backing up the catcher? Like, what are you doing? And, when you're not playing good baseball, when you're struggling, you have to be aware of these things. It could have been second and third. You could have gotten an inning going, maybe. Base hit gets you 2, and you're right back in it, and everything's
it would have been 3-2.
Yeah. I don't know. Head shaking. I can appreciate guys trying to make plays when a team is struggling. But I don't know what he was doing when the ball was overthrown and the pitcher standing right there.
I have no idea. It was honestly, they have the look about them of mopey. And that's how I read the body language. They appeared down. They appeared down, and I wonder if it's, and I'm sure we'll hear it. The Rhys Hoskins injury. Well, the Rhys Hoskins injury took, it was depicted by one of the local writers, maybe took the wind out of their sails. Bull crap. For God's sakes. There's 162 games. Each one of them an individual opportunity to succeed. If grown men are slumping their shoulders and saying, wow, we can't really, we can't do it because Rhys isn't here. That's a bullcrap excuse.
I didn't see that.
It's like this.
That was
just could the Rhys Hoskins injury take the wind out of their sails a bit? I'm like, come on.
Yeah, I highly doubt that. I mean, injuries happen all the time. I don't think it takes winds out of sails.
Well, they're playing terribly.
Yeah, they're just not playing good baseball right now. And the pitching, the relief pitching's bad. The starting pitching isn't much better. They're not getting key hits at all. When they have guys on base, 2 out hits, forget about it. Hits with runners in scoring position, barely. You're scoring runs on double plays when guys are first and third, and a team gets 2 outs and lets one go. It's not good baseball right now. And can it turn quickly? Hopefully, but now you have your 5th starter on the mound tonight, a guy that wasn't even supposed to be in your starting rotation. You're going against is Cole going tonight? I think Eric Cole's going tonight.
Goes.
Like, this doesn't look good right now.
Or does Cole go against Cole may go against Nola tomorrow.
I'm not. I thought I heard Cole was going.
I'm not
tonight,
sure.
But I'll check. Yeah.
They were still scrambling last night. It's a I've seen enough of Marte.
Yeah, tonight is German.
Tonight's
Okay.
German.
Okay.
Tomorrow Cole versus going up against Aaron Nola.
The Phillies have Strom going tonight, and they go against Cole tomorrow. Okay,
with Nola. I've seen enough of Junior Marte or Junior. I've heard it both ways on broadcast already.
I think it's
year.
Junior, but I'm not sure.
I think it's Junior. I think it would be pronounced Junior, but I don't know. All I know is I've seen enough of Marte to last me a lifetime. A 54 ERA. He's throwing batting practice, Connor. Yeah, I mean, he's throwing batting practice.
Well, part of the reason he's on this team is Bailey Falter and Matt Strom have to be in your starting rotation because of the injury. So he was a guy that was a fringe major leaguer. I know he was up with the Giants last year and wasn't bad in 40-some innings, but yeah, he hasn't been good for them, John. But who has?
Well, I mean, nobody has. What do they have? How many runs scored? Without looking.
Oh, man, the Phillies have...
Is it it seems like...
I want to say... No, they had 7 on opening day.
Right.
So I want to say they have 13.
I'm thinking that's what I'm looking at right now. I mean, this team is not scoring runs. The offense is pitiful.
No, they're not getting big hits. They're not getting, like last night at a time, Schwarber comes up, and I'm like, all right, here it comes. This is where he bops one, and things start to get righted or whatever, and he pops up in the infield. And there's been numerous times so far where there's been guys in scoring position, and you're just not getting the big hits. And as clutch as they were at the end of last year, they're just not there this year yet.
I can't understand where this team's at.
Yeah, it's 12 runs. 12 total runs for your Phillies.
Yeah, I thought it was 13 also.
4 games. Not great.
It's not good. Hey, when
37 to 12.
Oof. When someone gets hurt, we know who to call, but what about a mental health crisis? The 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline offers free confidential support around the clock. Don't hesitate. Call 988. And again, Celtics and Sixers tonight. 8 o'clock on The Fanatic. So there was one. There were games. I've seen some Major League Baseball games. I know that the Orioles game was 2 hours and 18 minutes. I saw another game the other day. I think it was 2 hours and 14 minutes. Was last night moving? Last night didn't move fast enough for me. When I finally turned it off and decided, no, I'll watch some college basketball and then go to bed, last night's game didn't move fast enough.
No, I'll admit I strayed from it when it got to be whatever 6, 7, 8. It's just it's like a beatdown a little bit right now. Now we're only 4 games in. We talked about it yesterday. It's not that huge of a deal. But yeah, you once you're getting beat down as badly and as much as they are right now, it wears on your patience a little bit. I actually watched the college pregame. To the Connecticut San Diego State last night. Yeah, I watched the pregame a little bit just to get away from the Phillies, and then watched like 3/4 of that game until I was pretty positive Connecticut was going to take care of that one. So
I asked yesterday off the when did Danny Hurley become Dan? Like, is there a certain like a lot of times think of people that were named like Danny, Bobby. Do they change to Bob?
Yeah.
Like I'm just thinking of a few I know. Bobby Cremins. Legendary coach. Bobby didn't become Bob Cremins.
I was Bobby as a kid, and then,
Bobby Cox.
When I got older,
but when you're famous as a name, when your name is famous, it usually doesn't change.
You can do whatever. Giancarlo Stanton used to be Mike Stanton. You can do whatever you want if you're famous.
Exactly. Bobby Hurley was Bobby Hurley. Now he's Bob Hurley as a coach.
He's Bob Hurley. I guess is there a point in the Hurley family where they said we will now identify as we are now going to be our shortened legitimate name?
Yeah, it's like a haircut. You can change it sometimes if you need a switch up. Maybe you're going through a slump. And
as we said yesterday, your name cannot be changed.
No. Connor Thomas is as basic as it gets.
Connor Brooks Thomas.
All right, we didn't need all that.
I think that's a pretty good name.
Mine cannot be changed.
No, you got Johnny.
Because of the boring John that I was
Johnny.
I was never. The only reason I was Johnny by some nefarious characters and by my brother's friends. That was it. So luckily I avoided.
I have a feeling that Venn diagram is a pretty close circle there between the various characters.
Well, I guarantee you that. That definitely did cross a little bit. So Sixers and Celtics tonight, 8 o'clock on The Fanatic. And I've got to say, because of the locked into the third place spot, I really have no idea what tonight's going to be about.
Yeah, me neither.
Because it doesn't mean anything. In reality,
in grand scheme of things, no. Mentally, might it mean something? Yeah, I think Connor, you might or Pat, somebody brought it up yesterday, saying, do you want to have a good showing against the Celtics one time before the season's over? Probably. It would be nice to have in your back pocket. Is there a chance for it to happen tonight? Maybe.
Does it matter? Do you believe all the teams you've covered, all the seasons you've seen unfold? Do you believe tonight an outcome of Game 79 will have anything to do with what happens in the postseason?
No, but yeah, I see. I'm stupid. I think every game matters.
You agree, Connor? We agree.
As
yeah.
I said,
Bob, we're going to back you.
This isn't news.
I need to take something out of every game. Otherwise, why the hell are you there?
How did you cover the process then?
Well, I wasn't taking anything out of every game. They were, supposedly. But they were. I mean, it was every night was a chance to look at a different kid. Is this kid good enough to stay here? We signed him this morning, just met him this afternoon. He's going to play 38 minutes tonight. Like, that was their way of going through the process. I don't like wasted time. You're playing 48 minutes of a professional basketball game tonight. I got to get something out of it. something. I don't care what it is, but I got to get something. Now, if you're the Sixers, are you going full bore? Or are you going to have everybody in the lineup and say, here we go, let's go as hard as we can? And if that's the case, you get on the court and you look over and boom, the Celtics don't have enough guys. Or don't have their key guys, I should say. I don't know how it's going to play out. But like I said, I care about, if I'm the Sixers, I care about my team and my team only. What do I want to get out of tonight's game? If Bob Cooney's running the show, I'm going full bore tonight. I'm having my whole lineup out there. I'm playing everybody. I'm going with my rotation. I'm playing as hard as I can and see how the chips fall.
I mean, that's the way I want to see something, but I wondered if it's worthwhile or not, Connor. Like to really worry about that.
Yeah, I'm not really drawing too much out of tonight's game because even if they beat them once at home, I'm still looking at a series against Boston where I say this team is still the boogeyman for the Sixers. Like maybe mentally it'll do something for the players, but for me as an observer, I'm not learning anything more about this team tonight. I know how good they can be when they're healthy. That's all I need to see.
Did you see what happened yesterday in Milwaukee?
I did not.
Bobby?
Laverne and Shirley reunion?
No, they had the Milwaukee Brewers had their home opener.
Oh, yeah. We are not in position.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Yeah, we can. They were having their home opener, and they scheduled a military flyover. And the person who was in charge of opening the roof forgot to open it.
Oh, man, that sucks.
See, yes.
That's the stupidest thing ever. Fire whoever is responsible for that. You should turn in your resignation this morning. You haven't had one job? They have one person at that stadium who was in charge of operating. They forgot to do it because there had been rain in the forecast. It was perfectly fine. And they forgot to open the roof of the military flyover. Goes overhead and the stadium roof's closed.
At this point, though,
that's terrible.
That's bad. But until the Phillies get the opening day at home, I'm worried the Fanatic's like hot dog cannon's going to explode on the field. This start has been so bad. So,
yeah, this has been terrible.
I'm holding off making fun of anybody right now.
Come on now.
14.
Yeah, that's a pretty good point.
Yeah.
Would you ever want a retractable here?
No.
No, I hate baseball inside.
I agree.
But a retractable, though?
Still, no.
That you could have it outside almost all the time?
No, because there's going to be some player or manager or owner at some point in the future who's like, oh, 80's too hot to have the roof open. Let's keep it climate controlled. And all of a sudden, you lose outside day baseball.
Yeah, if they have it, they're going to use it.
Right.
I mean, it's not going to be like, oh, yeah, we'll play most of the games outside, but when we need it, we'll use it. No. If they're putting something in there that costs you $50 billion, they're going to use it.
Well, what would be your criteria? Because I think it would help attendance in a major way. Because if you were buying a ticket and you knew there was going to be a game,
well, of course, it's not going to hurt
you weren't
attendance.
doing it, like
people aren't going to go because of the roof.
I think people not being. I think Sunday afternoon games when it's 97 degrees, I think you'd get a packed house if people knew they weren't going to be sweating to death.
But I got to get my
about
son, John.
What?
I got to get my suntan on if I'm going down to the game, and I can't do that with the roof.
Well, I know you
Shirt
got your
off.
chubbies on.
Exactly.
He's got it.
He's got what?
He's got his chubbies on.
Yeah, it's a brand of shorts.
It's a brand of shorts.
My fault.
It shows too much
Come
thigh.
on, Bob.
Shows more thigh than.
I don't know what you have on.
Shows more thigh than I'm trying to think from Dukes of Hazzard, Daisy Duke, a little bit. Hey, real estate developers, Spring Garden Lending specializes in bridge and permanent loans that help you acquire, rehab, construct, and refinance your investment properties. It's Spring Garden Lending. They're faster than a bank and they're less expensive than hard money lenders. We now know where the Sixers are against all the contenders. How have they looked? The answer may surprise you. We'll get to it next on the John Kincade Show. Thanks for being with us here on 97.5 The Fanatic. And with baseball back, the BetPark Sportsbook app is
Listen to 97.5 The Fanatic everywhere on Alexa at 975thefanatic.com, The Fanatic app, and now on Odyssey. Now, back to the John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
The BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app has odds, slots, bets, and games all coming together right in perfect harmony in your pocket. Download it now at betparx.com. Wow. Tommy Green will join the show in the 9 o'clock hour today. We look forward to having our first Tuesday with Tommy. And Bob is already getting together the Masters pool, which is always a fun thing. Fun. Fun little event.
I love how people hand them in and just, here you go. And don't forget there's a fee because if you want to win money
you got
when you win, you have
for
to
charity,
pay.
of course.
But, it's a bunch of, here you go, I'll get you later.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I do not, it's strange to me, I watched a few other people fill out their Masters pool and just go down and go circle, 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 circle. I outthink a lot, but I have to look at it. I got to look at it more than that.
What are you looking at?
The wild cards. I can do probably just where you're circling. It's the top. It's 10 matchups, right, Bob?
12 this year.
12 matchups.
Yeah.
I can go down the matchups and probably pick 8 of those without thinking.
Okay. Gotcha.
And then the wild cards, I want to do a little more. I'd like to do a little bit more.
Yeah, I just look who's high up on the odds. I go to just check the odds for the Masters winners and pick some of the highest guys that aren't listed in the pairings.
By the way, I got a little tip for you then.
Okay.
The odds in the golf odds many times are some of the least accurate. Some of the least accurate.
That means they're due. They're due.
Well,
to
that
be
could
right.
be. That could be. It's the thing
Good
is,
point.
though, Bob, would you suggest in a Masters pool, because there's a lot of people that do these this week, that you got to go a little outside the box if you want to win. You got to get somebody who's outside the top 10, top 15 that might make a run.
That's why I make the matchups the way I do. I try to pit guys against each other that either you both like, you both hate.
Right.
So the way we do it is, for people out there who don't know, I pair 12 pairings. I get 24 players. You have to pick one guy from each pairing. And then you have 3 wild cards out of the people that aren't listed in the pairings. So you get the money that they get if they make the cut, and then whoever gets the most prize money at the end wins the pool. But I try to put the tops in there. But
there's some really interesting matchups. I looked at it last night and said, okay, I'm going to spend 10 minutes doing this because there's some really interesting matchups. I love Masters Week.
Oh, it's awesome. Yeah, I got a buddy that just got in the parking lot about 20 minutes ago, right as we started the show. So can't take his camera in, but he said he'll make sure to let me know. Took pictures with himself and John Daly yesterday. So he was at the Hooters checking him out. So yeah, if you're a golf fan, it's a great week. If you're not, I understand.
One of 2 of my best buddies in the business who I was cohorts with while down in Atlanta. One of them's still there, sports director of the ABC station. One of them now is in Jacksonville as a lead anchor, and then I'm here. And I raised the toast last night of the showing up the highball glasses, the Masters highball glasses, which are the only thing that got broken in my move.
Oh, that's a shame.
The entire thing that of all the things that could get broken, the Masters glasses, my highball glasses were the only thing that got broken. And I'm like, they moved all this stuff, put stuff in storage, and did a great job. Only thing that got broken was my highball glasses.
I'm sorry for your loss.
So I was saying, Zach, could you go to the shop, get some highball glasses, and then ship them off?
Now, what's the occasion for Masters highball glasses? Is that literally just Masters Sunday?
No. The highball glass. It's on my Twitter feed from yesterday. You can see it.
Okay.
What they look like. Because I like a Tanqueray and tonic. So gin and tonic, Tanqueray and tonic, vodka and tonic. I could do any of those. So in the summertime, sitting out back patio this year on the Landis Block patio, little cocktail hour, absolutely.
I would just get a plain one though. I wouldn't need the Masters logo on it.
I would
that's
think
nice.
that's a special occasion type of thing,
Exactly.
right, Connor?
Well, no,
Yeah.
it's
I would think like a Thanksgiving afternoon or a
Sunday,
Christmas.
a Sunday afternoon. Usually someone's over, I'm not using those when someone's not over.
Honey, let's get out the fine china, the Masters highball glasses.
You know what she's told me with the Landis Block, our new Landis Block Outdoor Paradise? She wants to get like not plastic or tumblers that you drink when you're outside.
Yeah. So you don't break it. So you don't drop it on the rocks and have to clean it up. You got Nikki Foles running around out there with broken glass. It's a smart move.
But wait a minute, though. You're not a homeowner yet. Bob looks at me and he's like, yeah. Like, yeah, that's what you do.
Yeah, we have when we're outside and having drinks, especially because we have a pool also.
Right.
So you can't be dropping glass around the pool because you're screwed.
Right, exactly.
So,
we do not have the pool.
We have plastic glasses for people to do their wine or their mixed drinks, whatever. And then for the beer, I have the keg in the garage, so you can grab the plastic cup and pour yourself. Or if you want something else,
right?
If it's a can, fine. But if it's a bottle, you got to pour it into the plastic cup.
I got no problem with the beer, a bottled beer poured into a plastic cup. I'm fine with. I don't like canned beer. Hate canned beer. Anti-can. Drinking a beer out of a plastic cup, nothing at all. Drinking wine or a cocktail out of a plastic cup to me seems strange.
Yeah,
it's not something I've done. So what do people do that are having a cocktail at the pool?
They're plastic. They look like tumblers. I mean, they look like drink cups, but they're actually plastic. They have like a green tint to them, and they're actually plastic.
Okay, she was trying to explain
they're not going to break.
She was trying to explain it to me. John, you're not going to be drinking out of a plastic cup. They're these special kind. And I'm like, okay, tell me what it is. She couldn't think of the name. So now I'm sure I'm going to be getting emails about what it is.
Solo cups, John.
Oh, my gosh.
That'll be fine.
We have solo cups, though.
Perfect.
Now we got solo cups.
That works with everything.
Now, what color do you have solo cups?
You know what color. Red.
And I also have the same color.
It's the only option.
I always buy the reds.
Always have a pack of like 50 or 100 solo cups in the garage. I got a bunch of them on top of the keg.
Right.
So if anybody just comes in and wants to grab a beer, boom, boom, it's right there.
Do you use paper plates at your house?
Yeah, we do. My mom gets them when we have people over for like a pool party.
Yeah, outside plastic all the time. Yeah,
I love if I'm like let's say you got a pizza, I do not want to use a plate. I want to use a paper plate.
Even if you're just eating it by yourself at the table,
like in the house. If I'm having if we're having pizza or I'm doing something, I will grab a paper plate and have pizza on that. Or something like if we would get a cheesesteak from outside the house or something, put them on a paper plate and eat it. Christina hates paper plates. She is anti the paper plate.
Who loads the dishwasher?
We both do.
Okay.
But she likes just use a plate. Don't use a paper plate. I love paper plates.
So I like to do the cooking. I like to do the cleaning. You know, my wife works all day long, so I don't mind doing that stuff. The nights that we use paper plates, easy as hell to clean up.
Oh my
Can't
God.
beat that. Throw it away.
See, I like that.
That's it.
I like it. She doesn't like it. She goes, it's just as easy to put something in the dishwasher. We run the dishwasher every day, or every other day. She's like, so why wouldn't you just put it in the dishwasher, use a plate?
I wonder if there's a load the dishwasher class because my kids still don't know how to do it.
Okay, now
and every day it drives me nuts.
Now I get told that I don't do it the right way.
I don't know about a right way. I just want it to be done.
Okay, well, no. What do you mean? What do they do?
They put it in the sink.
Oh, well, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's lazy. You got to go, kids. Come on now. Rinse it off, stick it in. Now, sometimes I don't put it in. There you go.
I'm sorry.
Say that again, John?
Yes, exactly. Hey, Kevin in Haddon Heights jumps in. Kevin, what's going on, man?
Hey, morning, boys. How we doing today?
Good, buddy.
Kevin, what's up, buddy?
Hey, listen. I as much as I want to talk all of our sports teams. John,
The Phillies are great, aren't they, Kevin?
Fantastic. It makes you want to drink out of a solo cup all day.
Yeah. What do you got?
John, 2023. Get all the sponsors we got on this wonderful channel. Tell them to get you guys a good set of nice outdoor Yeti tumblers.
Oh, wait a minute. I have Yeti. Now, look, every day.
I'm drinking out of one right now.
I'm drinking out of one right now and everything like that. I can't imagine drinking, though, like a gin and tonic out of it. Or we make Kincade Ritas, which is my favorite.
When it's 95 out in the Northeast, you put your mug out there, you got ice in it, you walk away for a minute, you're playing with the dog, you come back, the drink's still frozen in the Yeti. My wife's got the wine Yeti, tumblers, everything.
Whoa. There's wine Yetis?
Oh, absolutely. It just looks just like a glass, but it's the Yeti wine cup.
I do have a beer Yeti that I use when I'm outside.
There's a beer Yeti too?
Well, it's a Yeti, and I just put my beer in it. Yeah. Kevin, good call by you on the Yeti.
Kevin, you're the man.
All right, boys, let's have a good day.
All right, see you soon.
Buddy.
Glad to see Kevin. Okay, the Yetis. That's good. We're a Yeti household.
Yeah, I have a little one I got.
I got a Yeti right here. I got my Eagles Yeti.
Yeah, I got one for being in a bachelor party for my best friend from college, and it's a small one. It's like about the size of just like a little rock glass.
It's like a highball glass.
Yeah, exactly. So if I have to take whiskey on the go, I'm good.
Okay, this is a great idea. I would absolutely be. That's my new thing now. I want to get the. I didn't realize Yeti made those.
Yeti's expensive though.
They can be a little expensive,
they're
but
a
I
little
think
expensive.
Yeti wants to jump on maybe to the John Kincade show and make maybe Yeti cooler. I literally every single day I've got my Yeti cooler here. Bob, you have yours.
Yeah. What's the best gift you've ever gotten being in a wedding?
That's the only gift I've ever gotten. Being in a wedding.
Yeah, you're young. Good point.
A putter.
You got a putter for being in a wedding?
Yeah, putter.
Jesus.
A putter, a Odyssey putter that I still have.
That's not bad.
An Odyssey putter that I still have with, I believe it has my initials on it.
I got a golf shoe holder.
Oh, I love those.
Yeah, with
What,
my
like a shoe
with the
rack?
initials on it. No, just a bag that has 2 slots to put your golf shoes in.
I got you.
This was like this. So, God, this wedding had to be close to 25, 30 years ago. My friend Kevin, and I still have it and still use it. It's pretty good. It's actually in the bag that you gave us in my car.
There you go. See?
Yeah.
Hey, Chief Dan checks in, who's a big fan of Connor Thomas. Chief Dan came out the other night to Galifty's.
Yes, I saw Dan. It was a fun event, and it was fun we had a Corona or two together.
He was glad to see you. So he says he uses plastic inside. Now, that's ridiculous, Dan.
What?
He uses plastic inside.
What do you mean? Plastic what inside?
He uses plastic to drink inside his house. He doesn't use glass. How Shell hasn't knocked him off, I don't understand. Like because
I'm with Dan on that.
That's you're in your own house. Now the thing is, if you're entertaining a large group of people, that's different. And Dan, as the de facto patriarch of the Kincade clan, will hold big events, and that's different. But when you're by yourself, he's having a little bourbon or having some whiskey or having something like that. You're drinking shouldn't you be drinking that out of a glass?
You're by yourself. There's no rules, John.
Yeah, but doesn't it change the
Nobody
taste?
to answer to when you're by yourself.
Doesn't it
Except
change
yourself.
the taste?
No, it doesn't.
Wait a minute.
It all still tastes very good.
It has to. Somebody.
No.
Okay,
not really.
somebody is a liquorsman out there.
I am. I'm a big whiskey guy.
No. Somebody actually
Good
knows.
point.
Somebody works at
I bartended at a whiskey bar for like 3 years.
Okay, do they serve it in plastic or do they serve it in glass?
No, because they care about the environment. But my carbon footprint is so low that sometimes I could get away with the solo cup if I don't want to do dishes.
Oh, wait a minute. Dan says he uses the Yeti. Okay, then that's cool. Using the Yeti.
Well, which is it, Dan? It's a
Come on,
plastic.
Dan.
I just went to fight for you on the plastic, and now you're
Seriously,
going Yeti.
shouldn't you be fighting a fire out there? Come on, listening to this nonsense. 76ers, we know where they are versus the contenders. Bob, do you have any idea where the Sixers stand this year against the contenders? And what I mean is the teams that are above the line in the play-in game line in the Eastern Conference going into tonight's game.
Where are they? I think they're
the record-wise.
Record-wise?
Yeah.
Not really. I know the Nets are probably going to be their first-round matchup. Miami's below them. Cleveland's below them.
But I mean, Cleveland is above the line. So I took their records against the 5 teams that are above the play-in tournament.
Okay.
That I consider to be the best. The 6 teams.
8 teams.
There's 6 teams that are above the play-in tournament.
Okay.
So the top 6 teams in the East. There are 5 of them that they then face. Any idea, Connor, just off the top of your head, what their record is?
I don't know. I'd say they probably have like a 650 winning percentage.
What do you say, Bobby?
Well, they're 0-3 against the Celtics, 2-2 Bucks, I believe. I'll say they're 3-4 games above 500.
Yeah, they are 0-3 versus Boston, yet they are 3-0 versus the Nets. So they balance each other out. They're 2-2 versus the Bucks. They're 2-2 versus the Knicks. So they sort of balance each other out. And they're 2-1 against the Cavs. So they're 11-10 versus the teams that are above the play-in line. A 500 team versus those type of contenders? Good news or bad news? How do you read that as?
I don't really. During a season, you're going to win a game here or there. You only have to be one game above 500 in a 7-game series to advance. So that's how I look at it, right?
I mean,
you can go 4-3 against a team, and guess what? You're moving on, and they're not. I just look at the team inwardly. I really do, and I say this a lot. Where's the Sixers team now compared to themselves? I don't think they match up all that great against Milwaukee and Boston. Every other team in the East, yes, I think if they're playing their basketball, they can beat. I said it before, and I honestly believe this. If the Sixers are going to beat Milwaukee or Boston in a series, they're going to have to be playing their best basketball. And maybe one of those teams isn't. I think they can win some. I think they can win other series, almost every other series, playing good basketball, maybe not their best basketball. But if this Sixers team plays the way they did in that 48-game stretch that I talk about often where they went 37-11, yeah, I think they beat everybody and they have a fighting chance against Milwaukee and Boston.
Which is good. And 3-0 against the Nets, which appears to be the matchup.
Yeah,
that feels good.
I think they're far better than the Nets.
But that's without Mikal Bridges. Those 3 wins.
Yeah.
They didn't play the new look Nets.
Yeah, but they also played the Nets with Kevin Durant probably sometimes, Kyrie Irving sometimes, whatever. What Mikal Bridges is doing is awesome. Does it lend to team basketball that can win a series? I don't know.
No, not a series, I wouldn't
think.
I just don't want it to go 6. Want to economize those wins as early on. By the way, juror Karen B checks in. We love you, Karen. She says the plastic glasses my wife's talking about are actually acrylic. They make acrylic tumblers that won't break, that are outside.
That might be what we had.
That are acrylic. They look plastic in that you can see through them, but they're acrylic. So I Google acrylic. I see it now. There's all kinds of tumblers and everything. Karen B comes through again for us.
Way to go, Karen.
Hey, there's more pitch clock debate going on. We'll get Connor's take on that. Plus, in Cooney's Corner, Bob is interested in being a little introspective and retrospective. John Kincade Show, 97.5 The Fanatic. I know that sometimes you don't tell mom.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station. Official home of the Sixers, Flyers, Union, and the best Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic. Now, back to the John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Grab that BetParx app. Casino and sportsbook app, odds, slots, bets, and games all coming together in perfect harmony right in your pocket. Download it now at betparx.com. Lost a wager last night.
That's not good.
Phillies on the money line.
I told you to take Connecticut last night.
I took Connecticut on the money line like a big wimp because I was afraid of the 7.5. And by the time I turned the game off, I thought, damn, I missed that. And then they ended up making it closer. San Diego State made it closer, so
not much.
That was an incredible, a truly incredible tournament. But I never would think I'd see the day where the NCAA tournament men's was getting dwarfed by women's in ratings. I never thought I'd see that ever. That's fascinating to me, and it says a lot for the personalities of the women's game, the attention grabbing of the women's game.
Yeah.
That it's able to, because it doesn't in revenue, it doesn't in attendance, it doesn't in any of those things. Even though the Final Four, best attended Final Four ever for the women.
The shame of it was through all the years was while you were getting really good women's basketball players, was that one team was dominating. So the catch wasn't there.
Was it Connecticut or Tennessee, right?
Yeah, well, Connecticut mostly, yeah, and Tennessee earlier on, yeah. And it was, the hook wasn't there. The hook was people that didn't like women's basketball for whatever reason were saying, well, why should I watch it? Connecticut wins every year. And then you have this happen, like the changing of the guard, and Dawn Staley goes down to South Carolina, and they start dominating. And then you get all these great individual players, and it's really good. If you're a basketball fan, I don't care if it's women's or men's. It's good basketball. And I really enjoy watching. I've told you that through the years. I really enjoy watching it. And the girl, Caitlin Clark, caught my eye earlier this year. And then watching through the tournament and watching the different players she played against. And the LSU girls, God, they just play so hard. I just love that. I love the way they play the game. And I thought it was a great, great tournament.
I watched, after the opening weekend, I watched more of the women's tournament than the men's. From opening weekend on, I found I don't know if it was just the convenience of time, that the time I was available to watch.
Maybe. I think the most notable player on either side, though, that actually went deep into the tournament was Caitlin Clark.
Right.
And I think that has to say what superstars do for the collegiate game. You have to have someone that the people can know who don't have a rooting interest because so many teams get knocked out early. And without that on the men's side, you're looking at more focus on the women's game.
And Bob talked about Caitlin Clark, 6 weeks ago?
Yeah,
something
I
like
saw
that.
her
You did
early in the year.
and you talked about it. I mean, like, it was at least the Eagles were still playing when you talked about it.
Yeah, the girl from South Carolina, this girl Boston, Aaliyah Boston, who's averaged a double-double pretty much throughout her career. I always loved watching her. And she's just a beast. She plays really hard and really well, and I really like the way Dawn Staley's team plays. I don't know how I caught on to Caitlin Clark this year. I think I might have been switching around, and I saw her throw up some 35-foot bombs, and it looked natural, and they went in. Yeah. And then it was like, wow, what's this about? And yeah, you're right, John. It was a few months ago that I said, this girl's pretty fun to watch.
And it's weird because honestly, and I'm slightly embarrassed. It's the only reason I knew her name. Is because you brought her up, and then I get me. But I mean, like, I didn't even know her name, and now I watched her play 3 times. I mean, I didn't watch the whole games, but I watched her play 3 times, and I found myself interested.
Yeah, so, it's funny.
I'm always interested in Dawn Staley. If Dawn Staley's on, I'm always interested in Dawn. As I've told you, I've gotten a chance to interview her a few times. Loved sitting down with her. Found her really, really intimidating. I think she's incredibly intimidating. But I got to interview Pat Summitt before dementia took Pat Summitt away from us. And Pat Summitt was like interviewing a general, like an Army general.
Yeah, I think I read a book on her. Like her upbringing and everything
she was
made
very
her
charming.
The person that she was. Yeah.
in an interview, but very stern, Bob.
Yeah, it's funny. I kind of scoff at people. Oh, I don't watch women's basketball. I don't care if it's a bunch of 8-year-olds playing. If it's good basketball and they're well coached and I see things like, wow, I really like that. I like watching it. I don't care if it's men, women, kids, whatever. If they're playing good basketball, if I see a team that's well coached, if I see things being done that I appreciate the way they're being done, you got me. I'm in.
I was listening to another Phillies podcast, Connor.
How dare you?
I know.
Well,
what the hell is that about?
Connor, I'm one of your biggest advocates. Get off my back. And the argument was about the pitch clock. And it was literally just complete support for Bryce Harper's opinion because we love everything about Bryce Harper. And it was the argument that was being debated was who wants less baseball? That the reason this pitch clock sucks is who wants less baseball? And I'm thinking to myself, it's not less baseball. You're not seeing less baseball. You're seeing less OCD crap, stepping out of the box, picking your jock, scratching your ass. That's what we're missing. We're not missing. Not one bit of baseball is being taken away by this pitch clock.
John, ass itching is integral to the sport.
It is?
You take that away, and what do you have anymore?
More than Rafael Nadal? Because he is the king of picking his backside.
Crosses over sports sometimes.
Yes.
No, you're not getting less baseball.
And that was the argument that was being had, and I'm saying, this is the stupidest argument, and by the way, I won't be back. It was the stupidest argument I've ever heard. It was like, who wants less baseball? I'm like, yeah, I want 40 minutes less of step out of the box. I got to tap my shoe after every pitch. I have to adjust my gloves. I mean, it's ridiculous. But no one's missing baseball by the pitch clock.
No, it's like saying that if replays were shortened in the NFL, like if when someone challenged, they found a way to cut down the time of that, and they're like, oh, why would we want less football? What you're watching is not baseball in between the pitches. It's guys standing around doing nothing. Now, the argument that Bryce Harper was making, I think, is different than this argument we're having right now.
Expound on that a little bit.
Well, there's merit to the players being uncomfortable with it, but as fans, you're not getting less baseball. The players, it's more of a comfortability with how they've grown up around the game. Bryce Harper's almost 30. The dude's been playing this game for nearly 3 decades the same way, and now all of a sudden, he's got to adjust. And I think Bob was trying to make that sentiment yesterday. But as a fan, you should have nothing against it.
I was doing the word search yesterday on like Braves players, Mets players, Yankee players complaining about pitch clock.
Well, they're winning.
I'm saying go find it. It's not like it's not being there's not a huge. How about this? I did find some because all you have to do is do the word search and you find a few. There's no huge outcry at all among baseball players about this pitch clock right now.
Well, because you got guys like, let's talk about the Braves. Matt Olson. Oh, he's talking about the home run he hit tonight. They're not asking him about the pitch clock. Like, Bryce Harper, first of all, that was the first Sunday night baseball game where they had players mic'd up. So we'll have to see how that plays out the rest of the season. Which I love,
by the way.
Yeah, it was a great opportunity to hear from him and Trey Turner and Rob Thompson, but he got the microphone first. And the Phillies aren't playing well right now. So that opens up the conversation to what's going wrong.
Yeah, I like besides Bryce Harper, I haven't really heard many people bitch about it.
There's nobody.
Okay.
I mean, like
I'm
baseball,
sure a lot of them are.
But baseball players are not like I just tried to search yesterday. Okay, Mets players complaining about it. Braves players complaining about it. Yankees players. And I finally just was like, okay, it's not. There's no huge outcry about this. And I think the detractors of the pitch clock are saying this is really affecting the game. And maybe when a guy goes on a cold streak, he'll say it. I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe,
I'm not coming out bitching about the rules out loud so my opponent thinks that I'm uncomfortable. I'm not doing that.
That's another one good, which you shouldn't do.
No, I mean, it's like me coming out as a right-handed hitter and saying, God, I hate facing right-handed pitchers. Why would I give an advantage to my opponents, So
it just an interesting thing to watch for here as we start the 7 o'clock hour. Brought to you by our friends at the all-new BetParks app, sportsbook and casino in a sleek, easy-to-use app. A $10 wager, a new customer. First wager wins, you get $125 in sportsbook bonus for you. Well, I want to ask you, too, how would you like to win a $1,000 gift card to anywhere you want?
That sounds nice.
You're ineligible.
What? Why?
Because today you're Pat.
You just asked me. How would I like to?
That was
That's a great point, Connor.
It was a rhetorical question.
I don't know.
Starting next Monday, it's 97.5 The Fanatic's $1,000 gift card giveaway. Listen 5 times a day, 8, 10, noon, 3, and 5, and you're going to have your chance to win a $1,000 gift card to anywhere you want. Get complete details for this company-wide contest at 975thefanatic.com. Presented by American Standard HVAC Contractors. To find a dealer, visit AmericanStandardAir.com and 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. $1,000 gift card at the top of your head right now, Connor. Where would you take it?
Some golf store, PGA Superstore.
Oh, great choice. PGA Tour Superstore is a great choice. That's awesome.
Yeah, golf season's starting up right now. I need some new stuff.
I'm thinking about that second swing.
Yeah, that's
that second
good too.
swing because I may go back and take a second chance at finding those clubs that I used in Arizona. May take a second chance. My wife got me the putter for my birthday, so I'll have a new putter this year that I'll be able to work with. I want to get out and work with
I thought you had the
bit.
wedding putter. How many putters does a man need?
No, my wedding putter I've had. By the way, wedding putter is
Dean's daughter.
Wedding putter is more than I've had it longer than I've had my putter longer than I've been married. So longer than 21 years. So it was time for a new, and I used the putter in Arizona, and it was absolutely spectacular. $1,000, Bob. Where are you going?
Not a store that specializes in something. So probably somewhere that has golf stuff, but also has different things, sporting things.
So like a Dick's or something.
Yeah, like a Dick's would be perfect. Maybe get some. I need some more golf shorts. I've lost some weight recently, so I need to.
You're looking
get
trim
some,
and fit.
So I get some. Golf shorts.
Right.
I need some. I need a couple more visors, a couple more hats. I took inventory of my hat collection when I was changing summer clothes from winter clothes on the weekend. Put away the winter clothes, took out the summer clothes, got the hats all in order. I'm down to like 30-some hats.
Where do you keep the winter clothes?
I put them in bins up in the attic.
Bins in the attic.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So I have an idea here, Connor.
All right, hit me.
Bob's talking about the missing hats thing.
Yes.
Would you want some listeners and some local businesses that maybe have some cool hats and everything like that to send you hats that you would then add to your collection and sport on the show?
I hate asking for things.
No,
I am not that kind of person, but I know what you're saying.
But you're giving a company on our YouTube broadcast a little free advertising.
Like right now, I'm advertising 97.5 The Fanatic.
That's always good.
Yeah.
You think if somebody sent in, would you
I
wear
had to pay top dollar for this hat because, nothing's free here.
Yeah, like a Billy Ray's bail bonds hat.
Like, seriously.
Would you rock that?
It could work.
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm just thinking about that. Is that might be a good idea to add if there's a local business out there, you send along some hats, maybe Bob will sport that hat in the morning.
I actually went out and I was cleaning the garage yesterday a little bit and took the golf clubs out and, set them aside in the driveway so I could get them out of the way. And then it's almost like for you people that out there that golf, you know what I'm talking about. Those that you don't, I apologize for a minute. But once you look at the golf clubs and you're outside and it's a warm day, my wife once asked me, she goes, what is it about golf that you like so much? Because it seems slow for you because I'm usually on the move. And I said, I just love being outside, first and foremost, and it's such beautiful landscape usually where you are.
Oh, my gosh.
Golfing and being outside for 4.5, 5 hours, whatever it may be, to me, it's just a lot of fun. So, yeah, I got the golf clubs. I separated the old, the used balls with the new balls in different pockets and stuff like that. So, I'm ready.
You're ready to go.
I'm ready.
Yesterday, I had to get the our tax paperwork got sent from our CPA, and it was while we were in D.C., so our neighbor Dale was kind enough to go over and grab it for us before the storms hit, because I'm sure it would have ended up, our taxes would have ended up down the block. And so I had to get them from him yesterday, and he's like, I'll get in touch with you in an hour. I'm out hitting golf balls. I was like,
nice.
you retired son of a...
Yeah, I get the jealousy text every once in a while. I got one on Sunday from our son down in Charlotte. He was out golfing on Sunday. Beautiful weather. He says, yeah, it's a little hot, though. It's like 83.
Oh, boy.
I was like, you son of a gun.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you know what, John? Do you feel stressed thin by the pressures of growing your own business? Maybe your CPA does. Well, with over 35 years of HR experience, Insperity can help lighten your load. Expand your possibilities at Insperity.com.
We said goodbye to our CPA because now Ron Davis will take over next year because now all of our business is closed. The state of Georgia will never get another dime from us. So they're done.
Never say never, John.
No, they're done.
What about those highball glasses that you want from the Masters? Does that count?
Good point.
They'll just be shipped. They will be shipped illegally by Zach Klein.
Wow. And you're ratting them out on air.
So Zach will do that for me.
It's like the Delaware liquor crisis of 2022.
He'll send them up. So, do the Sixers have an obligation to protect the integrity of the game? And I'm asking this because the Sixers finish after tonight with the Heat, the Hawks, and the Nets. All of those teams need to win games to either improve their seeding, avoid the play-in tournament, or otherwise. And we talked about this because of I look back to Doug Peterson's last game when it was about draft position, and the Eagles were improving, actually, I should say, their draft position. And Bob is a guy who covered the NBA and a guy who understands, the inner workings of it. The Sixers, it would be a totally different reason for them not protecting the integrity of the game. It doesn't improve their draft position. Don't the Sixers have to respect the game and play out these last three? Because it could be the difference between a team being in the play-in tournament or not, or having home court advantage in one of the play-in tournament games or not.
Well, that's on the other teams, in my opinion. You had 79 games to get yourself somewhere. That's on you. I've done my work. I've done my due diligence. I've gotten the third best record in the Eastern Conference. I have to get ready for the playoffs. Integrity of the game, it's a good point. When you brought it up yesterday, it did make me think. But like I tell you all the time, John, no. I look inward. I don't care about other teams, like what am I doing for them or how am I affecting the game. I've played 79 games the hardest I can. I've gotten to this spot of the third best record in the NBA, and now I want to try to go get a championship. I need to keep my guys healthy. I have to do whatever I have to do for my team. I don't. No.
You don't?
I don't. And I respect the hell out of the game, as you know.
I know you do.
I do. But no, at this point of the season, football's different. 16 games back then, now 17. That's tough because it's a shorter season and all that. And one game means everything. You've had 79 games to get to your spot. I'm not here in the last 3 games of the season to say, well, I'll play my hardest so that we'll see how this truthfully plays out. Nah, I'm only looking inwardly right now on the Sixers.
Because the Heat could improve their position, could get out of the play-in tournament. The Hawks could end up hosting the Heat. Brooklyn could end up, with their situation. They look pretty safe right there, but they could still slip. You could enter into a situation Sunday where the Sixers are going into the Brooklyn game where if Brooklyn loses, they play the Heat. I mean...
Yeah, my first thought is, what does that have to do with me? You know what I mean? And look, I don't think that's
unfair. I don't think that's unfair, and I bet you that's how they look at it.
I think so, and I think it's understood. I mean, you can't blame another team for doing something 80 games into the season and say, oh, that affected me in my playoff run. Well, you should have taken care of business before this.
What do you say, Connor?
I totally agree with Bob. The integrity is just it's something that in practice, it doesn't echo what you should really be thinking, like when it first hits your mind. Like when you mentioned it yesterday, it's like, okay, maybe it's something to consider. And then you think about what the Sixers would actually have to do to protect the integrity of the game and potentially put themselves at risk. No, what do they owe the NBA? First of all, we know how the NBA in general kind of feels about the Sixers by reading the tea leaves and how the league handles them since the process. If this league had integrity, Joel Embiid would have an MVP by now. But I'm not here to worry about the integrity of the game. I think he should have won it. But
the league doesn't have any lack of integrity with that. The writers do.
Well, there you go. But they're around the league. I'm just saying the integrity of this sport is so low down on the list for an individual team or organization. That's on the commissioner. Take care of your business.
Phillies get crushed last night, 8-1, and we've really enjoyed talking about it for like the 8 minutes we've talked about it because it's been terrible. Andrew in Phoenixville, for some reason, wants to talk about it. Andrew, are you a glutton for punishment?
Yeah, pretty much.
Exactly.
But I did read yesterday that on Facebook that the Phillies are the 7th team to start 0-4 after winning the World Series.
After being in the World Series.
Yeah, after being in the World Series. So not a good stat that we want to be in. So, but I really do believe that maybe Rob Thompson maybe needs to shake up the lineup a little bit, the batting order maybe, just to try it.
I think he's been shaking up the lineup too much. There's 4 games. He hasn't had the same lineup.
Yeah,
I think he's mixing and matching too damn much.
Hey, Bob, can I answer your question from yesterday since he cut me off a little bit? No, I do not switch out the toilet paper in the bathroom.
You have never gone to somebody's house and done that, right, Andrew?
No, I've never done that.
Who the hell would do that?
Well, obviously, Coach and Egan.
But I have gotten the toilet clogged.
Oh, no.
Wow. We all have.
Yeah,
At someone's house? No,
Yeah.
we all have not. Connor.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, that's a tough
that's terrible.
situation.
Thank you, Andrew. That's disgusting.
What do you do? Tail between the legs and ask for a plunger, huh?
It happens.
No.
It depends who the person is.
Keep flushing.
No, you don't keep
No, you
flushing.
can't do that.
No, then it comes
If
out
you
on a
flush,
overflow.
you don't wait. You flush as you go along because then that's the courtesy flush that doesn't allow the clog to happen.
Listen, sometimes it's low water flow. Sometimes you don't get a flush out in time, and then
That's terrible.
It happens.
All right. Bob has a question about a Philly athlete, and we're going to get a little retrospective. And it'll be a different answer for all of us. We'll get to that next in Cooney's Corner. John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. I have seen firsthand how cancer research
back to the John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Thanks so much for making the John Kincade Show part of your daily routine. We greatly appreciate you. Tommy Green joins us for our first Tuesday with Tommy.
Yeah, I imagine he probably, on some of those Phillies teams he played on, probably had some slow starts in his career, not just him personally, but the team. So I'm anxious to see what he thinks about it, how the team may react in his mind. It'll be cool.
Little insight on that one. And Bob's going to take us down, well, all of us, down a little memory lane coming up. But first, Mike and Delran jumps in. Mike, good morning. You're on The Fanatic. How are you?
Yo, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Good,
What's
buddy.
up, Mike?
Well, first I was going to ask how many losses in a row is it going to take to start panicking?
5. If they lose today, Mike, I'm in a total panic.
Mike, 5 is the number. Bob said 5.
5, and I agree. But your last caller brought up the clogged toilet, and I had a quick one. On my wedding day, me and my 7 groomsmen were at my house getting ready, right? Everyone's all dressed. Everyone's looking all good. The trolley comes to pick us up, and I'm like, where's my brother-in-law? He comes out of my bathroom with wet shoes, wet tux bottom, and pale as a ghost. Like, Mike, I'm sorry, man. I clogged your toilet.
Oh,
and
my
it
gosh.
overflowed. So there I am, like minutes before my wedding. I'm like sitting there with towels.
Oh, no.
Trying to clean my own bathroom, and we never let
What's
him
with
live
the
that story
trolley?
down.
Tell me that you pass over. What do you mean you took the trolley?
Yeah, we rented one of those little little trolley things, like for the whole party afterwards, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
I
cool.
thought you got on.
Yeah.
I thought you got on a trolley to go to your wedding.
No, it was like one of those.
Oh, okay, like a little train on wheels. Okay.
Kind of, yeah.
There you go.
Anyway, it was a good time. I never let him live it.
I didn't
can't wait
see
till
you.
he gets married because I'm gonna do the same thing.
I didn't see you as the trolley guy
It was
for a
my
wedding.
wife, man.
I didn't see you
there
as
you
the
go.
Marion type, Mike.
See you, Mike. Hey, Mark in South Jersey jumps on in. Mark, do you see an integrity issue if the Sixers shut it down after tonight?
No, I don't, and I think it was a Connor who said it about the Sixers or the NBA. Nothing. I agree with him. I was telling one of your producers that I'm flicking through the channels last night, getting ready for the Phillies game. And by the way, the only thing I'll say about the Phillies is I'm encouraged by Stott hitting left-handers early on.
Okay,
which I thought was great, and Derek Hall, which I thought was great. But my emotions are Bryce Harper's face in the dugout last night and the night before. That's my emotions. He has a really angry, disgusted face. When they were interviewing him, he had that angry face. But my integrity issue is this: I'm flicking through the channels, and PTI comes on, and Wilbon, and they're talking about Embiid and Giannis for the MVP. And he goes to Tony. He says, "You're not going to vote for Embiid, are you?" He goes, "No." He said, "You should." No, absolutely not. I've never heard somebody who gets a vote come out like that and say that prior to the vote, like, yeah, I'm not voting.
I don't think they should have a vote, Mark.
Exactly.
And I got to tell you, Michael Wilbon, by the way, and I've interviewed Mike 10 times, 15 times. Right. I think honestly, that is a lack of integrity.
Yeah, he's a weasel.
As a voter, that is a lack of integrity. I've been given a vote, but I am not following the responsibility to actually be open-minded and consider everything that's there. I'm going in with an internal bias. And he openly talks about his internal bias on that show. He's lost the line between he was a journalist and now he's become a television personality. He's totally forgotten any kind of objectivity.
Agreed. Guys, thanks. Have a good day.
Take care,
Thanks,
buddy.
Mark.
And that disappoints me.
Yeah, I don't know. How are you not aware enough to say, no, I don't know if I'm going to vote for him. I think such and such having a better season. If they labeled it or if they put it out the way that Mark said, like, oh, no, I'm not voting for him.
They did. No, I heard it on the overnights, too.
That's not good.
Oh, I ain't voting for him.
Yeah, that's...
And it's like you're not being you're supposed to have some level of objectivity when you're a voter.
And if you're basing it solely on him not playing against Jokic the other night,
my gosh,
And
by the way, that was absolutely something that he talked about, like that one game. And then Jokic sits out the other night, a game with and nothing at all.
Yeah.
There's just I think that those talk shows, and I admire Stephen A. Smith for creating an industry that has exploded, that I really believe Stephen's taken it to a different level, but PTI was even before that. But I think that both Tony and Michael have lost the objectivity part of being a journalist. They now, because they're TV personalities now. And I think that's all went away. And Michael talks about his bias, like even against, he's even had bias against Philadelphia and other things. And he speaks about it proudly. Like it's something that he's proud of.
Somewhere down the line, through the years, whatever it may be, the switch has been made of, do you really believe in what you're saying, or are you saying stuff just to get reaction? And look, people probably label me as boring because I don't put out hot takes. I don't get all hot and bothered and all that stuff. But it seems to be the way you have to be now. It's a copycat thing, just like sports. Stephen A. comes out and he's all, screaming and hollering and making his pronouncements or announcements rather, and he gets very successful doing it. Well, what's everybody going to do? Go a different way or follow suit? Seems like people have followed suit an awful lot. And we see it a lot. We see the hot takes. We see. I just don't like if I feel like somebody's saying something they don't believe in. I can't stand that.
You can't stand it.
I can't stand it either in radio, in life, gathered around the bar. I don't care. When you start spewing stuff that I really think you don't even believe in, I'm out.
That's part of the reason why we don't do the show before the show. Because I think sometimes people doing radio shows will pick a position based on knowing what their partner wants. When you don't know what your partner's going to say, sometimes we all end up agreeing, but at least it's organic. It's not something that's made up.
Yeah, that's the point. This is not contrived. Like, to some extent, it's always going to be because we have to come up with topics and we have to put it down.
And we disagree all the time anyway.
Right, but you're not doing a service to the people who take time to listen to your opinions if you're closed-minded on ever changing them. And that's what too many people are. Or, to the other side, you're willing to change on anything anyone tells you and don't hold your ground just to have an opinion that's contrary to someone else.
Like yesterday, Corey Kozak, one of my guys I interact with quite on Twitter, Corey's worked for ESPN and many other outlets. He says, I miss regular news, the kind where they tell you what happened, not what to think about what happened. And it's something why we block cable news in our house. We do not have it on the channels. We blocked it during the pandemic, all cable news. And I swear our household's happier because of it. Is just not having it. And I teach my kids every single class that I believe journalism has become activism. And we talk about it. And my students believe it, speak to it, and talk about it, how they know that when they watch news, they know it's activism, that somebody's trying to get them, and that people just go to their little echo chambers for their news. They go wherever they're going to hear the story presented the way they want to hear it. And I'm proud of my students, and I think the next generation, Bob, may swing journalism back. I really believe it, or take it in a different direction, because I can tell you, I got 23 kids in the room, and of those kids, and they're all going into that field, at least 20 of them strongly believe I wouldn't watch that crap for nothing.
Well, the stuff you're describing isn't news.
Correct.
It's it masquerades as news.
It masquerades as news.
Right. There's a line there of what's journalism and news and what is opinion. Opinion isn't on the things you're talking about. That's not necessarily news.
Yeah. Well, you could just tell by we did a thing one time about the Chiron, which for an inside TV term, those banners that run along the TV.
Yeah, the little crawler jaunts.
And how many times you watch it? And I said, how many times do you watch it and see a thing that offers an opinion in the thing? That's when you know you're not watching news. You're watching opinion. And it's masquerading as news. We've got breaking news coverage. But the little Chiron will tell you here's something is shocking new details, whatever. And these kids know it. They're smart enough to know it, which is great. In Cooney's Corner, Bob knows that, there have been many Philly athletes that have shown, improvement.
Now, let's see what's in Cooney's Corner.
Yeah, so over the last, if I were to ask you guys, say over the last, 5 to 7, 8 years, whatever you want to say, who do you think is a player, any sport, in this city that has come here or come up through here and you've watched improvement by that player to the point that it's made them a really good one in their respective leagues? Now, the obvious one, I'll take it off the board, is Jalen Hurts.
Damn it.
Yeah, exactly. Jalen Hurts rose to places last year that none of us saw happening. So he's the obvious answer right off the bat. But if you can go another one, whether it's a Sixer, Flyer, Philly, Eagle, whatever, who's one?
I got one and he ascended to a 1. Zach Wheeler. Zach Wheeler was a 2 or a 3 at best in his career before coming here. He's now a hoss of a staff. He's a number 1 pitcher on his staff.
Wow, I didn't think he was much different here than he was with the Mets.
Well, he was never the top of the rotation. He was never their best. He was never the Mets' best pitcher. And he was a guy who always faltered. In the second half of a season, he was known for strong start, bad finish. Like, he would go through terrible, terrible stretches.
Yeah, but he was behind DeGrom. I think that really kind of covered up how good he was. It's a different dynamic. Like, I think it'll be very similar to what happens if Aaron Nola leaves here and goes somewhere else. And they're like, wow, Aaron Nola's incredible here. It may just be that once you get the spotlight on a team more, that you could see how good the guy really is.
Wow, I completely disagree on him.
Yeah, I saw him as an ace before he came here, so it wasn't on my radar.
Really, I never ever looked.
I mean, you have a good point about DeGrom being there, and they also had what's his face there?
Syndergaard back in the
there
day when he was
also, yeah. But I thought Wheeler came here. I thought he was a hard thrower after the Tommy John surgery and stuff. A little bit different, but I thought you got what you wanted out of him.
Wow.
What do you got, Connor?
Look at it that way.
I'm thinking Eagles and I'm thinking offensive lineman. Jordan Mailata.
That's a great one, dude.
That's a great one.
It's almost cheap because he improved on nothing. He didn't play football before he played football here, but
he improved tremendously because he never played.
I know he did. It's just there was, how setting the bar low, there was no bar set. He just kind of showed up and they're like building him from scratch, and to go from that to being what he is now is unbelievable.
That's pretty good.
That's a great one.
My guy that I have and that I think is ascending and is going to be, I think, one of the top 3 or so third basemen in the National League is Alec Bohm.
And there's good reason to feel that way about him, the way he's ascending.
I'll tell you what. It's almost like I'm comparing him to, all right, so we all coached kids when we were younger.
Yep.
John, you had a kid that played defense for you, and you were like, he's tough, but he's just not that good of a skater. And then he comes back the next year, and he's a really good skater.
Yes.
Or I look at a kid that might have had a jump shot that elbow out, he was pushing it, didn't look good. Now all of a sudden he's using his legs, and his form is really good. Alec Bohm, to me, up at the plate, my God, does that guy look comfortable to me. I think he is so improved, and I think it's going to get better and better. And his fielding has gotten really a lot better.
That's a big thing. That's gotten better.
I think we're watching right before our eyes somebody just get better and better and better, and getting to the point, not yet, but I think can get to the point of being one of the better, maybe, top third baseman in this league before the next few years are out.
I like what you're saying. I hope it's true. It's amazing.
Like last night, he inside outed a pitch with the ease of a guy that's a 300, 310 hitter. You just know who those guys are. Oh, he fought that off. A Trey Turner will do that. Really good hitters will do that. Alec Bohm went up and did it last night, too. And this is a 6'5" guy who you think the swing's going to be long and, the lankiness is going to come into play at some point. I don't see it anymore. I just see this guy as being a really good professional hitter. And look, I wrote this last night before he went 3 for 4.
Sure.
I'm seeing something in this kid that I think might be really special.
I couldn't agree more.
It's fun to watch.
The issue is the sample size. Like last year, we saw it for a flash for about a month where he almost hit like 400 when the Phillies were playing really well. But I need to see what this season is before I jump on the Alec Bohm is becoming a star bandwagon. He's a really, really good player, though, and he can do that if he continues what he's done through the first couple games of spring training. He's got all the tools, and he looks like he's put the work in.
There you go.
Yeah, he's like I used to always tell you, John, that when we were little kids, watching Mike Schmidt come to the plate, you could tell when he was on a hot streak. Just by the way he looked, you knew he was comfortable, he was ready to go, and you were just waiting for that pitch to hit his bat and take flight, and you were going to say, there it is, another one, another home run. Alec Bohm, to me, just looks like a guy up there that I feel like he's going to get a hit every time he's up. Or he's going to make good contact, or he's going to do something good at the plate.
And you know what he did, too, is he worked on himself and his game. which is his mental game last year after his I hate it here, which he handled so beautifully after the game, and then became a fan favorite, and then worked on his body, worked on technique, worked on his fielding. He's everything that we should admire.
Yeah.
In a young player.
Yeah, it's not just him, though, too. It's mostly him, like 99% will say. But I'm going to give 1% to the people who were in attendance at that next game that gave him a standing ovation, because that could have gone bad. And everyone who wants to talk about the Philadelphia fan narrative, that's a player's mentality that totally shifted because he knew the fan base would respect him for being who he was, being honest, and making an effort. And that was an important part of this turnaround to me.
Okay, now I'm going to just do one more thing. I want to revisit on this Wheeler thing. Wheeler, when he was with the Mets, when he left the Mets, he was a career 389 ERA.
Okay.
As a Philly, he's a career 284. Yeah, that's a big difference. He never received a Cy Young vote as a Met. He never received an All-Star appearance. He never received an MVP vote. Like, I think he's become a different player here. I never looked at Wheeler as being and I can tell you, the Braves didn't trade for him or sign him, because of the fact of that blister thing that he had. Remember, he used to complain about the blisters. Yep. Yeah. They were afraid about him being in the South. They didn't sign him because of blisters. And I would think that that's something you could have figured out. There's one the Phillies got over on the Braves. What?
Glue. It's a good point.
Glue?
Yes.
Yeah, glue
for blisters.
Wouldn't glue sweat, though? Like, wouldn't you
just keep putting it on.
You keep putting
drying it.
You keep putting glue on?
Did you ever have to do that? Put glue on your hand for blisters?
There would be points, though, where I'd get them bad on, like, my middle finger when I used to throw like a two-seam. It was right inside the seams. And I would get, like, blood on the baseball sometimes because it would, like, rip my finger open while I'm throwing. I'd have to ask for a new ball.
Now, in college, do they...
Or a new finger.
Do they you don't have a bucket of new pearls with you, do you?
Yeah, we get a good amount. You normally have about 25, 30 per game from each side. So
okay.
Yeah, you've got enough at the collegiate level.
Well, that's not bad. Okay, what is the slowest starts? Nerd Boy was at it. What does Jamie call me? Stat Boy, Nerd Boy, whatever.
A lot of things.
The things. No, stuff on the air. The slowest starts by playoff-bound teams ever. Because Mike was asking, when do we start to panic? First 25 games for division winners. What are the slowest starts in modern baseball? And I'm talking
17.
Modern baseball being, this is the last 25 years.
I'd say 8 and 17 is about as bad as you can be.
I'll go a little less.
To win the
25?
division. 25 games.
I'll go like 10 and 15, I'll say, maybe.
Yeah, 10 and 15 has won twice. The Padres in 06, the Yankees in 05. The Rangers in 2015 were 9 and 16. And the Twins in 2006 were 9 and 16.
So no one ever at 8 and 17.
No one ever went 8 and 17 and won the division.
Phillies are going to make history, folks.
Okay.
Let's go.
So there we go. 7 division winners started 11 and 14. All right, wild card winners. Since the wild card's been enacted, worst start through 25 games?
8 and 17.
That is correct.
Hey,
the 2001 A's. The 2001 A's started 8 and 17 and won 102 games.
See that, Connor? Told you.
It's incredible.
And then 3 other teams went 10 and 15 to start. First 50 games, division winners. Lowest ever, 22 wins. The Dodgers in 2013 and the A's in 2012. Cubs in 2007, 22 and 28. So we're going to have some of these numbers to look at down the line of these slowest starts.
I don't know that we will.
They're 0-4.
They are 0-4. But you get the Reds, and then you get the Marlins, and you get the Rockies. Like, the schedule in the middle of the month of April is not difficult at all. I think they're going to – it's just once they find that first win, pressure falls off. It's like when they made it in the playoffs last year. And
they're
then
feeling
all of a sudden go
pressure?
on a run. Yeah, they are. They've lost 4 games in a row and given up like 30-some runs. Wouldn't you be?
I mean, I don't know how much pressure has to do with this, but I agree with you, Connor, to the point of Rob Thompson, as you said earlier, John, has changed the lineup pretty much every day. Like
I hate that, by the way.
Yeah, last night he had Derek Hall hitting lower in the order, not hitting 4 anymore. We saw the lineup that he threw out there on Sunday, which I didn't recognize half of the guys there. Why do you do that? I mean, if things are going well, you don't. We saw it last year in the playoffs. You didn't change a damn thing, even though we were looking for it a little bit.
How can something be going bad, though, in the first 4 games? I mean, seriously, all these new...
it's not going good.
Yeah, but I understand, but you don't just keep fiddling around with it. Show a little patience. He's been panicky with his lineups. I think Rob Thompson has not sent the right message. He speaks all the right words, but the constant juggling of the lineup is a panic move.
Well, you have 3 guys.
Let things settle in.
You have 3 young players that you don't know if they can hit lefties. That makes this complicated.
How about we find out?
I agree with you, but if you're trying to find a win somewhere, it may say, hey, let's play our best matchup. So that change. It's not like you have the lineup last year where you can pretty much play whoever against whoever. Right. So they will have that once Harper comes back and they get settled in more. But I don't hate it early.
Hey, now through April 9th, visit Campers Inn RV for their mega motorhome markdown and shop 739 new motorhomes priced up to 40% off. Visit Campers Inn RV for guaranteed lowest prices. See the dealer for details. If we were going on a trip by RV as a show, who drives?
Whew. Pat is certainly not.
Pat's not driving.
I don't know. I think you could drive.
See, I think I'd lean towards Bob being the driver.
What are we in, an RV?
Yes. And everybody in the show's
couches and stuff there?
Yes.
No, I'm drinking beers in the back.
I was going to say,
I'll do the first few hours of the day, but where are we going?
Well, I don't know where we're going, but we're going somewhere where they're taking us. And look, with budgetary concerns, I'm sure there's things that we could be on an RV. I'm surprised we didn't go to the Super Bowl in an RV.
But Coach isn't driving, and Pat is not driving.
Why would Coach not drive?
Coach's car is in the shop every other day, and I find it hard to believe it's just a vehicle.
You think it's operation error?
It's got to be at this point.
The operator.
Every day he's got a flat tire or something.
I mean, seriously, his car
in the shop a lot.
His car's always broken down.
Exactly, and it's not just the car. It's got to be him to some extent.
Do you got to do something? Do you maintain? You bring in your cars for proper maintenance?
Oh, John, I drive a 2012 Ford Mustang. That thing can't be maintained if I tried. I'm driving it until it breaks, and then I'm getting a new one.
Yeah, one of my biggest things in life, and I say this like I asked my niece this last week. You have to have a mechanic that you know.
Oh yes.
You got to have somebody that you trust, that you know. Like I told you, I took my car in for just an oil change a couple months ago, and he was like, yo, dude, get rid of this car. And I'm like, what? He goes, I just trust me on this.
Get rid of it.
And it wasn't a bad car, and there was nothing majorly wrong with it. He was just like, trade it in now. And sure enough, he was absolutely right. Traded it in, got another car, whatever. But you need somebody that you trust, because too many people see you coming in. We've all gone through it when we were younger. You take it to somebody, next thing you know, it's, $800 to get air in your tire.
Your carburetor's broken.
My car doesn't have a carburetor.
There it is. Well, it's broken. You need one.
Yeah.
So it's too much. All right, coming up, do the Celtics own the Sixers? Plus plenty more. John Kincade Show here on 97.5 The Fanatic with baseball back.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station. Official home of the Sixers, Flyers, Union, and the best Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic. Now, back to the John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Yuck.
That's a great entrance. What do you mean, yuck?
Yeah. I
You don't
hated
like
it as
this
a
song?
walk-up song.
Oh, I don't like
didn't
it
like
either.
Didi Gregorius being here.
Would the Phillies not be
Yeah.
0-4 with Didi Gregorius playing? 6-1-0.
Yeah, good
exactly.
point. Yeah, bring him
By
back.
the way,
I like that walk-up.
can I ask something about that? Is this like the 610 632 thing?
Yeah.
Okay. What station is in town is more? Are we the more likely station where people would hear hot takes?
No.
No.
It depends
No.
who you're listening to, but no.
No. Oh, station.
Yes.
Overwhelmingly, we are not. Right. So
It's
why,
the only station I listen to, so I have
Exactly.
nothing to
Yeah.
compare
so why
it
would
to.
it be 610 632 when people?
Well, that's
mock
our
it?
phone number.
I understand, but why would it be those numbers when it's far less likely you will hear hot takes here?
Yeah, because it sounds better. The 610 632 rolls off the tongue better.
But I mean, I'm
than
serious.
other numbers.
Is Anthony?
I'm being
Anthony's
serious.
not hot take.
I think
anything.
it just sounds easier to say that way. I don't know.
I wondered about that because it's obviously something that I saw before I ever even came home.
Also, if you do believe that we are not hot takey, what it could be is that we're using ourselves as an example because we don't want to point the other direction. You know what I mean? Like
I got you.
We wouldn't be making fun of the hot take radio if we were doing hot take radio.
That might be the greatest. That may be the best point. That may be it because it just doesn't make sense to me.
Right.
I said it's like things get preposterous at times.
Correct.
A little preposterous. Let's put it that way. Hey, Staples stores provide innovative products and services for small business, remote workers and learners, even teachers and parents. You can explore more at your local Staples store. Sixers Celtics tonight. The game comes into focus. Bob, if I asked you just gut instinct, how much did the Celtics truly own the Sixers? Because I heard that being discussed by a caller yesterday on our station saying, well, the Celtics own the Sixers, so that doesn't look good in the second round. Do you believe it's a myth that the Celtics own the Sixers, or do you think it's based in reality?
They have majority ownership. I'll give them more than 50%. How about that?
They definitely do.
Yeah, it's not a good matchup for the Sixers.
You know, last 18, though, it's 8-10.
Yeah, it's
Sixers are 8-10 their last 18 versus the Celtics.
That's not good.
Yeah, but it's almost. I mean, that's one win from being dead even.
I mean, they won the conference last year. Being 2 games under 500 against a team like that isn't bad.
I mean, I'm looking at it and I'm going.
Do you feel confident going up against the Boston Celtics?
No, I don't. But when I look at the numbers and say, wait a minute, last 18 times they played, Sixers have won 8, lost 10. It's not like it's been a blowout either way.
It's just the eye test to me. They don't play their best basketball against the Celtics. The Celtics seem to always find a way. It's weird. It doesn't matter the level of sports you're playing. Sometimes teams just have something over another team. They might not be more talented. They might not, be deeper, whatever it is. But for some reason, they just have success against that other team. I think the Celtics are that this year against the Sixers. Now, a couple years ago when they beat them, when they trounced them in the playoffs, the matchups were nightmares. And Boston would just come down and they'd give Jason Tatum the ball and he'd look at a teammate and he'd go, oh, John, come up here and set a high pick on me because the Sixers are going to switch every time and your man can't guard me. And they would switch and they couldn't guard him. And Boston beat the crap out of the Sixers. I don't know if it's a Jaylen Brown thing this year, if it's a Al Horford thing. A lot of times with the Celtics, and this is their organization, it's the non-stars that wind up killing you. Jason Tatum's going to get his 30, and he's going to be really good because that's the player he is. But then you can't have an Al Horford hitting 5 straight three-pointers, and you can't have, a bench guy, a Williams, come off and give you spark for 8-10 minutes that is a difference maker. Yes, do the Celtics own the Sixers? Own's a hard word, but I would say, yeah, majority ownership.
Can you give me something to watch tonight? that will tell me, that sort of puts into perspective why the Celtics might have it over the Sixers?
I'll give you two things. One will be the freedom of James Harden offensively. Does he get where he wants to go? Is he getting Embiid the ball in the right places? Are other people benefiting from how James Harden is playing the game offensively? Are the Sixers getting open shots because of it? All of that. Watch the offense surrounding James Harden. And then the second thing is, what kind of shots are the Celtics making? Are they wide open shots? Are good players getting wide open shots? I can understand leaving a Williams open, leaving a bench guy, but you can't leave like a Pritchard open. You can't do that. If Al Horford starts hitting, it can't be one or two. I'll go get him now after three. No, it's got to be right away. So defense, perimeter defense with the Sixers tonight, I think is a key. I think Embiid's gotten into his head to be more of a rim protector. So therefore, flying out after three-point shooters is okay because that forces somebody to come in off the dribble, and I think Embiid's there to protect now more than he has been maybe throughout his career.
I have such a disdain for the Celtics, but honestly, it feels like that disdain was just from my childhood and from my young adulthood.
Oh, yeah, I can't.
It doesn't seem recent. Like, it doesn't feel like I don't care about the bubble year. I don't give one crap about that fake bubble down at Disney.
I don't know. I hate them.
I do. I hate them desperately.
Yeah, but I'm a younger generation
Why
than you guys.
would you hate them?
That Bellinelli shot in that series and everything. The bubble year didn't matter, but still, when you get swept by a team, that sucks. Last year, them winning the conference, I don't like them. I don't like Boston in general. I don't like that team. I don't like that fan base for whatever reason. And maybe it's just the older generation influencing me, but I can point to multiple series in the playoffs where I've been like, I hate this Boston Celtics organization and this core.
It goes back to me. It's funny when I first started covering the team, and I think the first time I saw a Celtics game was here, and they came out of the tunnel in the green uniforms, and you hear the fans because the fans get riled up more for the Celtics than pretty much anybody else except LeBron James. I was like, yeah. I used to be there with you. You have to change when you're in the role that I was in, covering a team. You know, there can't be biasness. But, God, I hated the Celtics as a kid. I mean, nothing caused me to, as a little kid, cry more, punch a TV, whatever, than the Boston Celtics did through the years.
I could just, when you think of the Celtics, there's just something, I think, arrogant. I don't feel that way about the Lakers. When the Celtics and the Lakers were the two coasts, and then the Sixers and the Bucks were sort of like nipping at the heels of the Celtics for this side of the country's supremacy. I just felt there's an arrogance about Boston that I didn't feel with the Lakers. The Lakers seem more fun. If I had to root for one of those teams, whenever Boston played the Lakers, I wouldn't be rooting for one of them to win, but I always liked the Lakers much more. Oh,
I remember being in a bar at like 22 watching the game with friends when the Celtics and the Lakers were playing and standing up and cheering when Magic Johnson hit a hook shot against the Celtics in like a pivotal game, 3, 4, or 5. I don't remember exactly what it was. But, I openly rooted against the Celtics. And I told, like, here's like my makeup. Although I hated the Celtics when I was younger, I appreciated Larry Bird's game.
Okay.
Yeah, and I appreciated Robert Parrish's game. I loved the way Dennis Johnson played defense, but I hated the Celtics. So that's just my makeup. I can hate something, but my vision of how the game is played isn't carried over by that hate.
Okay,
that makes sense.
I want to try something here around the start of the 8 o'clock hour, as we've avoided, because honestly, I feel like beating my head against a cinder block wall this morning after that Phillies game last night. Connor, you went to a good movie, by the way.
I did.
Last night.
Yeah, I saw Air, which is Matt Damon, Ben Affleck. It's
Viola Davis, who I just think is spectacular.
Chris Tucker's great in it. He's awesome. Jason Bateman's really good in it. Like, it's a really, really good quality movie.
Okay, tell the basic premise.
Yeah, so it's Nike is their basketball division struggling. They need to find a way to make a big splash signing, and they're looking at the draft class that includes Michael Jordan, and they make the decision they want to try and chase him down. So it's a story of how they win over Michael Jordan to be their signature basketball athlete.
And for Viola Davis to be playing Michael's mother.
She does a great job.
it tells me that a big part of the story is you have to sell Michael's mom, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Because Viola's incredible.
Yeah, and it's great for sports fans, but also I went with someone who's not a big sports person, and she loved it too. Like it's a really funny movie.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, very comedic.
Yeah, that's what Pat was telling me.
Yeah, it's worth a watch. I could see why it got such good reviews.
So Viola is funny in it?
No.
She's not.
No, she's not. But everybody else is.
One of my most one of my most hated characterizations ever, she brought to life Annalise Keating on How to Get Away with Murder. Her, where she won multiple Emmys, and she was such a great actress and such a just despicable, amoral character in my mind. And she is such a great actress. She has great depth. Absolutely awesome. I want to see that movie.
Yeah, definitely check it out.
That sounds good.
What else is great, John?
What is, Bob?
CNC Heating and Air. It has been proudly serving Bucks in Montgomery County for 50 years. For system maintenance, new installation, or 24-hour emergency service, visit cc-hvac.com, a York Heating and Air certified comfort expert.
Wow, from Air Jordan to CNC Heating and Air.
See that?
Look at that.
Wow, that's as smooth as it gets.
I think Pat would have given that a double thumbs up.
Yeah,
I guess so. He would have been proud of Bob on that one.
He would have gotten away from the toilet and given me a little.
I hope Pat's like, I think I'm going to stay home because I've got this. I'm vomiting, and then yes, thumbs up on that.
Coward.
Do not bring vomit into the studio.
Load management game.
Oh
yeah,
man,
I got to tell you, nobody takes more load management than him.
Back in the 80s, he would have been here.
Yeah.
The load management thing is, you know what is always funny though is with kids. With people, with younger guys who become dads, they will tell you, well, kids bring, sickness into the house and everything. And they will be telling dads who've already been through it, who've raised kids, they will be telling them that. Like it's some insight of, kids bring stuff into the house. I'm like, really? It must be a new phenomenon. That people who raise kids now have this new phenomenon. We all know it. We all had it. You must have been in a toxic
see, I'm big on building up immunity. So with the first kid going to school, all that stuff, it was like, oh my God, I feel like I got a cold all the time or whatever. Right. And then you have another kid, and then another, and then another.
It fights it off.
It did. I felt like I was never sick when Jenna was a little kid, or when Kyle and Jenna. Bobby and Tommy, the first two, they're Irish twins. We had them really close together because my wife wouldn't leave me alone.
And you didn't have board games.
Yeah.
You didn't have any board games in the house.
But yeah, I do think you build up an immunity to it. So Pat only with one kid. You were probably sick a lot with just the one kid. I do think parents build up an immunity a little bit.
I just, now the weird thing is, and there's no science definitely to it, but I've met other cancer patients that feel that way, that after doing cancer treatment, I feel like I think since remission, I've missed maybe 7 or 8 days of work.
Yeah, so your immune system is
my
stronger.
Immune system got like Spider-Man.
Huh.
Where
that's interesting.
It doesn't take me down. It annoys me. Like being like I'll get a cold or whatever like this. Like Christmas Eve, vomiting. I never do that. And my wife was like, you never vomit. And right after that Eagles game, I did. Through the night into Christmas Day. And Christmas Day was sort of ruined for me eating food and everything.
The Phillies lose one more game, and I might be right there with you.
Do we I want to talk to some Phillies fans as we start this. 610-632-0975. If you are a Phillies fan, I want to hear your assessment right now. And I especially want to hear your assessment if the Phillies are 0-4 and you are still very positive. I want to see if I can hear from you. If there's anyone out there that still feels very positive, because I don't know what it is. I can't abandon the back in my head thinking, I feel really good about this team still. This is all going to work out. And it could absolutely be a complete fallacy that I've created in my head.
It could take an inning. It could take one inning. They could put up, say, a 6-spot or a 7-spot tonight against the Yankees. They carry that to a win. And, you get a big home run from Schwarber, and things start to look normal, like Realmuto gets a double where he legged it out and stuff. And then all of a sudden it's, all right, that's cool. That's how early this season is. It could take one inning to turn doubts into, okay, I'm feeling better. That's all. That's how you have to look at it.
And that's the idea. And if you're one of those people that's, because to me, Bob, is that one of the things is I had another example where it was with a personal story where my wife said to me, she goes, because you're naive. She goes, and it's one of the reasons why I love you, but you're naive. I again got burned by believing in somebody that I shouldn't have believed in. And my wife says, it's one of the reasons I love you, but you'll never learn. You will never learn. You're not a good judge of people. You think somebody, if they tell you, oh, that's never happening again, it's not going to happen again, I got burned. And she said, it's because you're naive in that regard. And I wonder, and when I watch it, I wonder if I'm being naive on the Phillies. Because I want them to be good. I want a great baseball season.
Four games is too early to be naive or anything.
Let's see what Jake on a cell has to say. Jake, good morning. What's going on, Jake?
Good morning, guys.
Jake, why are you still positive?
Well, I mean, first of all, of course, it's only 4 games, and it sucks having to watch this. But I think a big part of it is the last taste of baseball they had is at the end of the season, they're playing at home, and the city's just going wild. They have all the adrenaline pumping through them, and their first 6 games are on the road. So I think they just need to come home and play at home for a little bit, and I think we'll see a huge change right away.
Jake,
from playing at home.
Jake, are you going to get down on Thursday, or are you going to get to the home opener, or what?
Yeah, I'll be at the home opener.
You excited for that?
Oh, absolutely. I haven't been to a home opener in years.
You haven't been. You haven't been.
No.
Bob, what would make Jake's home opener even better?
If he could sit next to you.
Well, I don't think Jake wants to do that. What if we sent
I do
Jake...
it every day, Jake. That's why I'm in such a good mood all the time.
What if we sent Jake? Jake, do you have the ability to go early and really tailgate it up? Because I got.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, Jake, you're in business here.
Hey, we got a pair of passes for you to the ultimate home opener tailgate party, hosted by Philly Sports Trips this Thursday from 11 to 2 at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. Your passes include all-inclusive, awesome unlimited food and drinks. E-Rock will be the DJ, our buddy E-Rock. Outdoor bars, a tent to keep out the weather. Charlie Manuel's going to be there and more. How about that, Jake? Your positivity inspired me. And you and a friend are coming.
I'm going to bring my fiance.
What is her name, Jake?
Her name's Alex. She's her whole family's going this year, which is awesome.
Well, but you and her are going
there now.
You and her are going A-list. If they want to join you at the party, they're not going for free. They can go to phillysportstripsright.com right now to reserve a spot. We will put you on hold and we'll get your information, Jake, all right?
Thank you, John.
And I'll see you Thursday. That's great. Connor and I are going to be there. You're traveling, right, Bob, on Thursday?
Oh, damn it. I am.
You travel. Let's see, Mark.
Here I am making plans, and you have to tell me that I'm traveling.
Mark in Clementon. Mark, good morning. You're on The Fanatic. How are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
Why are you still positive, Mark?
I mean, they're hitting the ball. They're not getting timely hitting, but they are hitting. So if they weren't hitting and they weren't pitching, then I'd be really concerned. I feel like every year it's always something. Like they're pitching really good and they can't hit. Now this year they're hitting. They're not getting timely hitting, but they are hitting the ball, getting some extra bases. Pitching has been cold. We can call it cold, especially out of the bullpen.
Sure.
So, everyone else is saying, 4 games. I agree. It's still way too early, to worry. But, if they keep hitting, and I think like last caller said, once they get home, rip that Band-Aid off and get in front of, our great fans.
I hope
that
that's
everything.
I hope that's the case, Mark. Thank you, buddy. I hope that's the case. I hope that that kind of energy pays off.
Yeah, I want to see him get one today. I'd like to see that. Get out of this little funk. Break it open. You got 2 really good pitchers going tomorrow. See how that plays out. But yeah, home cooking is always great, especially riding off of where they were last year. They'll be fine. It's okay. I'm not saying this is a 100-win team, but
still,
I'm not panicking over 4 losses.
Matt in Drexel Hill joins us. Matt, good morning. You're on The Fanatic. Why are you still positive, Matt?
Good morning, guys. Thanks for having me.
No problem, buddy.
First and foremost, starting off the year in Texas, that's tough. I think a Texas team that's going to be pretty good this year in a brand new ballpark. And then not to mention you got the Yankee series, the the starting pitching has showed glimmers of hope. I thought Nola started off strong, but then kind of, wobbled a little bit. And same with Wheeler the other day. I felt like he was about to get out of a jam and then had a bad ball 4 called on him. That kind of, led to a 16-run abomination. But overall, I think, once they get back to Citizens Bank Park and get their legs under them a little bit, I have the utmost faith. I mean, this time last year they started off the season 4-8, and we were calling for Joe Girardi's head.
Yeah, so we ended up being prophetic in that, right, Matt?
Yeah.
Yeah, we needed that one to happen, and it finally did happen.
Yeah,
but. Hey, check out Philly Sports Trips, phillysportstrips.com. The ultimate home opener tailgate party. It's going to be awesome. Connor, you and I are heading over before we go into the ballpark, right?
Yeah, going to go say what's up to my pal Charlie. That'll be fun. I haven't seen him in a minute.
You have been his limo driver.
A couple times. That's the scariest experience of my life.
Why?
Because God forbid, it doesn't even have to be my fault, but God forbid we were to get in an accident and something was to happen to Charlie. Even if it's not my fault, I'm the guy that was driving Charlie Manuel when something happened to him. I'm responsible for one of the most...
Because you'd be hated.
Yeah, I'm responsible for one of the most beloved figures in Philadelphia's safety.
Did you think of that before you were driving him?
And as I was driving him, and after I dropped him off, and when I picked him back up again. Not even about me, just no one drive like an idiot around me, because they don't know. I'm just in a van. I should have had a bumper sticker.
Okay, so you weren't driving your canoe.
No,
you were driving
Mustang.
You were driving your van.
We would have been fine in that. Would have popped the top. Charlie would have had a great time.
Okay, that would have been just. Yeah. I bet you Charlie would have enjoyed the Mustang more than driving in a van.
Oh, I'm sure he would have. Yeah, who doesn't enjoy the top down on a Mustang on a nice summer day?
I watched Charlie Manuel yesterday with Jamie Apodi on Channel 6. As they were sampling the food at Citizens Bank Park, the new food offerings. By the way, thanks for the invite, Phillies. I would have loved to have been down there for that. Thanks for the invite. Charlie Manuel was there, and he did a thing with Jamie Apodi because now you can get a Charlie's Steaks. Charlie Manuel has put his name on a cheesesteak.
Really?
Down there, yes.
Huh. Is there anything that makes it special?
I don't know. Maybe some like Kentucky hot sauce or something? I don't know if there's anything.
I don't know.
Put
you
on
can't
it,
mess with the cheesesteak all that much.
But people do though.
They do, but
people
it's
have
not
really
right.
bastardized the cheesesteak. I heard Anthony going on about this the other day as their brackets continue on Cuz Radio. Like green peppers on a cheesesteak.
Out.
That's not a cheesesteak. I mean, it's just not. To me, a cheesesteak is steak, cheese. You can do go fried onions or not. Anything else to me is you're bastardizing the sandwich. You're making it something different. It's not a cheesesteak at that point. It's something different.
Agree.
Would you put anything on it? Have you ever done anything other? You've done the pizza steak.
Yeah, I've done a pizza steak. Yeah.
I have. By the way, still
Which
never.
Is delicious.
I've never done that.
No, generally I don't mess with the cheesesteak. Little ketchup, cheesesteak, and French fries. The only things I put ketchup on.
Yeah, I've never seen you
only
use.
Two things
I've never
that I
seen.
use.
See now, there it is.
No, give me a cheesesteak. I really don't even care what kind of cheese. I like fried onions.
Oh yeah,
love it.
Connor, you don't bastardize up a cheesesteak, do you?
The only time I do it, there's one place where I go where I get bacon on the cheesesteak. It's awesome. Sonny's on 2nd and Market. I get the bacon cheesesteak.
Bacon on a cheesesteak.
Yeah, I've had it. Don't love it. I have had a mushroom cheesesteak. Somebody just reminded me. A mushroom cheesesteak I do like. And I usually get it in front of Jamie Lynch because he hates mushrooms.
Oh, geez.
So I'll do it just
Can't stand them either.
A dog.
I would have imagined Jamie was a mushrooms guy.
He's not a mushrooms guy.
No, he's a mushrooms guy, but he's not a mushrooms guy.
I don't understand the difference.
Exactly.
The same thing.
He doesn't like the food.
Can you explain further?
The gummy version, I think, or maybe would work out well. So check out Jamie's Daily Odds pod every day from Bet Parks. It is always good. Some days a little more lively than others, and you always wonder, could mushrooms have been involved? Because he's very upbeat for the morning. But that's Jamie. That's Jamie. He's an upbeat guy.
I'm seeing the lines move. No, you're not Jamie. You're hallucinating.
Jamie. Hey, we have a lot going.
To talk.
We've got a lot going on.
In there.
The Bob is going to tell us what he's looking for tonight when the Celtics play the Sixers. And hopefully, we're looking at a clinch of the 3 seed. John Kincade Show here on 97.5 The Fanatic. I can't wait till Friday. We have our open house show. And during the open house show, Stretch Zone's going to be here. My friends from Stretch Zone will be here. So Matt's going to be here. It's going to be fun. Alex is going to be here stretching people out too, which is going to be awesome. You're going to love it. You're going to love Stretch Zone. And by the way, if you're not coming to our live show, you can get a free 30-minute stretch session
Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
You know, the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app is awesome. It's got the odds, slots, bets, and games that all come together in perfect harmony right in your pocket. You can download it now at betparx.com. Tommy Green will join us coming up as we start our Tuesdays with Tommy. He's in the building. He's getting his bearings.
He's warming up.
Little trip in. He was telling me the drive down was easy because he had to plan. I love a guy, though, who plans his time out and doesn't say, "Oh, I'm sorry I'm 5 minutes late. I didn't know how long it would take." Oh, really? Go half hour early, and that's how you find out how long it takes.
I used to work with a guy who, if he had to go and cover something or go to an event somewhere, whatever, the night before would drive to the place from his house to see how long it would take or what ways he should go. This was before GPS and all that on your phone.
Okay, that's wild because the ride the night before would mimic the ride.
Just to get familiarity.
Really?
I don't think that's
All
why
the
that's
time.
wild. I think that's insane anyway.
But it's crazy. Yeah, he might have something out in Reading or even go further than Reading, say Hershey, and he would do it the day before.
Okay, that's
And I'm
wild.
speaking of Hall of Famer.
What?
Phil Jasner.
Okay, well, then I'm not going to rip Phil
And his son
Jasner.
Andy, if he's listening right now, is sitting there shaking his head and laughing because
I'll
Andy
rip
would
him.
tell me these stories all the time.
By the way,
Crazy.
would run into Phil Jasner sometimes as a kid as an intern, then working for the Flyers. And I can tell you, Bob, you must have the conversations you must have had with Phil Jasner.
Yeah, it was
even the ones you can share are he was truly one of the legends in this one.
No one more diligent than him, to the point of, so Phil got sick, and they asked me on a Friday if I would take over the Sixers beat. And I said, can you give me the weekend? So I went in on Sunday morning, met with the bosses, and told them I would take it. Phil Jasner, I'll never forget this, called me at 5:45 that night. I was on the phone with him until 7:30. He went city by city, giving me hotels, restaurants, contact names. I mean, just unbelievable. That's how diligent Phil Jasner
Connor,
was.
you know the name Phil Jasner. You don't remember.
No, I don't.
Connor, I can only tell you that I'm trying to figure out the way that I would describe Phil Jasner was nobody's. He was an old school beat writer.
Oh, God,
Bob,
yeah.
is that old school in that he covered the story and had a very, I think, a very easy to understand way to understand what he was trying to get across. And I think sometimes writers can get a little in the weeds. He is one of the greatest that I ever remember.
He was, we have so many stories about Phil, but he would call into the office and just be head over heels over something. And I don't mean happy, but I mean like something's going on. So he called one time, and I think Eddie Barkowitz answered the phone. He's like, "Hey, Phil, guess what? Did you hear that the Flyers just signed Eric Lindros or something?" "I don't know what that means." And this is what he said. "I don't know what that means. Such and such just lost his sneaker on a train. I need a boss." Like, that's how he was so into his job that there was
I don't know
nothing
what that means.
I swear to God, it was. I know Eddie's probably listening. You could say something like that. Yeah, I don't know what that means. I need a boss.
Just get somebody on the line.
Get somebody on the line. I got something to do. There's so many great Phil Jasner stories.
The great Buck the bartender, Bob Vitrone Sr., Boop's daddy, who I interned for him and Dan Baker, that Bob Vitrone would say, there's one of the guys that the students should be following. That's a guy to follow.
Just an unbelievable reporting.
I never wanted to be a writer. But it's weird is that I think I found more writers that I became sort of obsessed with than actual media members, like the new electronic media. I never wanted to be a writer, and then I'd meet these amazing writers and be like, wow.
Yeah.
I mean, Dick Weiss, another one. Just is like, guys that you would meet over the time and be like, wow.
Yeah, the guys that are legendary, like the Phils, like the Hoops. Those are guys that not only are good or great writers, but also dogged reporters.
Bill Lyon lived off of our...
He was a great writer.
Bill Lyon was spectacular. Bob, it wasn't an Eagles Sunday until I read Bill Lyons' piece leading up to the game.
Yeah.
Like on Sunday morning, grabbed the newspaper, read it, and Bill Lyon lived right up the street in Broomall near us.
Yeah.
And later on in life, my mom got to know him and his wife, and just like lovely people.
Yeah. Yeah, he was
outstanding
he was spectacular. He sent me a note, I think, when I took over the Sixers beat, and sent me a nice email just saying you're taking over for a legend, but don't let just words of advice that were awesome.
Stan Hochman passed on words of advice to me one time by pushing a finger into my chest. He did not like something that I said.
What was he saying? You can do it, John.
No, he wasn't. In fact, he was saying, I don't like what you did, and I think that was really mean and very unprofessional. Don't do stuff like that.
I feel like those weren't the exact words.
And he didn't curse or anything.
Oh, really?
But he literally took me aside and he leveled me. And then he did touch my shoulder later when we met the next time, I guess to tell me it's okay. But he reamed me out outside the tent at an Eagles pregame show where I was doing something involved with the other station. He reamed me out like it was a dad talking to his son. And I literally was speechless because, first of all, I guess in my heart of hearts, I knew he was right. And I just didn't really say a word. And I said, yes, sir. And the next time he saw me, he was walking to go on somewhere, and he put his arm on my shoulder. And I took that to mean, okay, you took your beating. And didn't say anything about it. So,
yeah, that was
good lessons. You can learn lessons from people.
You can't imagine. It's just unbelievable.
Hey, in Cooney's Corner, Bob wants to know what we're looking for tonight, and he thinks he's looking not to be messed with this.
Now, let's see what's in Cooney's Corner.
A lot of things could get messy tonight.
Well, we've talked often about how do you handle tonight? How do you handle these last games? I want tonight to be, if it is the last one, a full-out team effort. Play the way you're going to play in the playoffs. Sub the way you're going to sub in the playoffs. Here you go. And if I was Doc Rivers, that's how I'd approach this game, and I'd say it to my team. Like, look, this is we'll get you your rest in the next couple of games and all of that stuff. We'll take care of it. We know we're slotted into the 3rd seed and all. But tonight is a night that I want maximum effort. Tonight is a night that I want you to put in your mind, playoff night. Now, look, pro athletes mostly do that. There's rare. That's why they're pro athletes. It's not just because of their skill. These guys know how to get up for a game night in and night out, no matter the sport. And it's something that we can't even imagine. Trust me when I say that. But I would put the extra emphasis on tonight's game if I was Doc. I would say, let's go out there. Let's go, do the things that we want to do come playoff time. Hell or high water, I want to see maximum effort out there.
Here's the only thing that would bother me. What if you lose?
That's okay. I learn about myself.
Then you're 0-4 on the year, and you put everything into this game, and then Boston comes out and beats you again.
Yeah,
you're not worried about psyche?
No, not at all. I want to go out there and play my basketball. And hey, if that's what it is, then you have to say to your team, well, that wasn't enough. We have to figure something else out. It's also a learning curve, not just for the player. I shouldn't say learning curve, but it's a judging not just of players, but for Doc Rivers too. You go out, you run what you run, you play what you play, and you see if it turns out the way you said, John, it wasn't good enough, well, then you have to change something next time you play the Celtics. But at least you know what you did, how you did it, and hopefully how you can change it to be better for the next game. I'm balls to the wall tonight.
How many different adjustments can a coach actually make, though?
A lot.
Especially when you played 3 games already.
Yeah, a lot. Al Horford went off on you. Well, is it a case that I have to get Jalen McDaniels out there and get a long, athletic body out on an Al Horford so he doesn't hurt me from there? So maybe you go a little bit earlier to him. Maybe Shake Milton got some minutes for you in earlier games against the Celtics and it didn't work out. All right, maybe you have to rub that off and say, forget it, I'm done with that. You weren't playing B-ball Paul as much as you are now against the Celtics earlier. I look at that. Ooh, does that pose a matchup problem for their second unit when B-ball Paul's in there with a James Harden? Maybe it does. So maybe I go to that a little bit longer. All kinds of different things that you have to look for. Now, the thing that could ruin tonight for me, I see that Celtics starting lineup, and it doesn't include, say, a Jason Tatum or a Jaylen Brown.
So they decide to rest
like
guys.
That. If that happens, and I would understand if they did it, but it wouldn't change how I approach the game if I'm Doc Rivers. But it kind of pisses me off that the dress rehearsal I wanted to have is missing the microphone, is missing a certain player.
I don't expect it when they're 2 games behind the Bucks for the top seed. They could still get the top seed. So in my mind, I'm going, it's a long shot for Boston to get the top seed.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening.
I don't think it's happening either, but they're 2 games behind. So, you never know what's going to happen there.
Yeah.
Watch it tonight. It's on The Fanatic.
Yeah,
I'm looking forward to this one.
8 o'clock game.
I'm going to be, I hate the 8 o'clock. I'm going to be bummed, though, if it's not the starting lineup for both teams, because I really do want that playoff preview, because I would love a Sixers-Celtics series. I would love, to me, that gets the juices flowing.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it either.
I can hear Anthony Gargano right now. A Sixers-Celtics week.
Oh, forget about it.
He'll be in a mental home by game 5. Anthony, because Anthony's venom towards the Celtics, to me, is one of the most beautiful parts of his show.
Oh, it's awesome.
He hates the Celtics. I think does he hate the Celtics more than the Cowboys? Sometimes when you hear him,
I would say yes.
I don't think he takes the Cowboys as seriously.
Yeah, I would say yes. I don't think there's any team that Anthony hates more than the Celtics.
And it comes through the microphone.
Yeah.
It's dripping.
Yes, it pierces your ears as you listen.
Well, here's one thing that got everybody a little fired up yesterday. We tried it because a lot of people don't stay up late to be able to watch a Phillies game. And so we came up with a little idea that Connor would take any night game. The next morning, he would present to you the Phillies game in 97.5 seconds. It worked well yesterday. But today, he's in Egan's chair, so he's got more things to manipulate. We'll see how it works today. Here we go.
Got a bunch of buttons to push, and away we go.
Play ball.
All right. Could the Phillies finally get their first win of the season in New York? Taijuan Walker versus Nestor Cortez in the first game of that series with the Yankees. It was evident pretty early how the night was going to go for the Phils after going down 1-2-3 in the top of the first. Brandon Marsh set the tone for the evening, and it was not a good tone.
Collecting a base hit on Thursday. And another one here for him. And that one gets past Brandon Marsh. It's still rolling all the way to the wall. LeMahieu on his way to third. He'll get there easily.
Don't worry, guys. It can always get worse. But, yes, the Yanks would score 2 in the inning without hitting another ball out of the infield. New York added another in the bottom of the third on a Gleyber-Torres home run. And the Phils got one back in the top of the fourth. But then, in the top of the fifth,
Phillies trying not to waste that leadoff double. That shot into right field, a base hit. Cordero's up, airmails the throw, and I mean airmails it. Nestor backing up. They go into third and get him! Wow!
yeah, wow indeed. Or like every Phillies fan was saying, Brandon Marsh, what the absolute bleep are you doing, dude? Getting thrown out at third like that, the Yankees, as all good teams do, took advantage in the bottom of the inning.
The Phillies, meanwhile, have turned it over to Junior Marte with a man on and one away. Rizzo with a drive, will hit out to right. Franchi Cordero. That was scalded into the gap in right center field. Jose Trevino now. Into the gap, another RBI knock to make it 8-1 New York.
Yeah, Junior Marte ended up giving up 5 runs before he was pulled, making every Yankees batter look like Senior Marte. Once again, no runs were scored in the final 4 innings. Phils fall to 0-4. Domingo Germán versus Matt Strahm tonight.
Good job, Connor.
Thank you, guys.
I like that. And it's I'm waiting for it. Last night I thought it was going to be like the 8-6 game. Well, it was the 8-1 game.
Yeah. We did a little montage in there of
that was good.
Junior Marte not having a wonderful
Boy, he's terrible.
I like the Senior Marte.
Yeah, you like that one?
I like
Yeah,
that
not
line.
bad.
You,
It was right there.
you invoked a little humor.
It was easy pickings.
It was good. So that's very, very good stuff.
I hope
Connor.
I get to do a win. That'd be fun.
Connor,
Yeah, that'd be a little
really
easier,
fun.
wouldn't
That'd
it?
be really cool.
That'd be really something that would be a lot different.
Maybe tonight.
Maybe tonight's the night. Are you feeling it or not?
Nope.
You're not feeling it.
I'm not going to feel good about any of these games in New York. The Yankees have had a multi-home run game in every single one of their games so far this year. That team's really good. I don't know what Strahm is. Then you're going to see Garrett Cole. The good news is when you play the Reds on opening day, you're going to win that game. But I don't know.
Dude, why are you doing this?
Why am I doing what?
They're just like saying, well, you're going to win that game.
They are. You're
Yeah.
not losing the home opener to the Cincinnati Reds. You can put that in stone.
In
Have the Phillies
stone.
hit a home run yet?
Yes, Alec Boehm.
Oh, that
Opening day.
Yes.
Right, that's
in
right.
the second inning
That's
of the
it.
first game, and that is it.
right. Okay.
Now, Jake Cave hit one that was robbed.
Well, so did Schwarber.
I don't know
Yeah,
if Schwarber's would have gotten out, but it was close. So they've come close a couple times.
I mean, Schwarber's was a home run that was taken above the wall.
It was like right on the line.
It was
so
above
I don't
the wall,
know if
though.
it would have been out.
Right?
If it hits that line, it's not out.
Oh, it's not?
No, that would be top of the fence. That's what that
indicates. Okay, so that'd be top of the fence.
Yeah.
Okay. So remember, Tuesdays with Tommy begins coming up in a few moments. Tommy Green is in the house, and we look forward to talking a little more Phillies baseball with Tom and a bunch of other stuff, too. Tommy Green's going off script with us. You never know where it's going to be.
I have a trivia question for Tommy Green.
I love it.
And it's about Tommy Green.
Good. Don't let him Google right now. Do not let him near Google.
I won't.
So we're going off script with him, too. We're going to get his thoughts on climate change and everything else, too, right? Connor, you got a few others like lit up there. We can just...
Alligator hunting.
Yes,
absolutely.
Alligator hunting.
Theory of relativity. We're getting into everything.
I think Tommy would go alligator hunting barehanded. Would be my guess.
Probably shouldn't do it in general.
No, I don't think you should.
I would wear gloves, but
there you go.
Tommy's tougher than me.
All right, so Jalen Carter made the decision. And by the way, already visiting with the Eagles. Will only visit with top 10 teams, according to Drew Rosenhaus. A talented player who absolutely has questions to answer about his behaviors and his choices. And I have watched Jalen's career since he was a high school kid and recruited to Georgia. And I can tell you that the way people talked about, where last year talked about Jordan Davis and the leader he was and everything like that within the Georgia program. And they will then, give you an idea about how his character played in. Nakobe Dean, how he was the Energizer Bunny and he was the guy, quarterbacking that defense. You did not ever hear those things, Bob, about Jalen Carter.
No.
You always heard about Jalen Carter. He's a freak talent. He's an amazing player, freak talent. Now, he didn't show it in his pro day at the University of Georgia. Well, slightly. I mean, he wasn't his best. And he came unprepared to a job interview. And I know people who covered him his entire career and say, if there was one of those guys, I said, if you were to ask me Nakobe Dean, Jordan Davis, and you were going to say that Jalen Carter, who was the guy that would show up for their pro day and not be ready to show out? This guy said Jalen Carter 100 times out of 100 out of the three of them. That concerns me. The freak talent, the less professional, bothers me. And the fact now that he's putting standards on it, like, well, I'm only interviewing with top 10 teams. To me, that may be a Drew Rosenhaus tactic, but it bothers me about that Jalen Carter's allowing that to happen.
Well, if he's there at number 10 and you're the Eagles, are you taking him?
I'd have to.
Does it bother you that much, John?
I would honestly have some concerns. I truly would. And I'm not just talking about concerns of the night of the parade and decisions that were made that night.
Yeah.
But it's the idea of that Jalen Carter and anyone who has followed Georgia football, Jalen Carter was never spoken of the way that Jordan Davis and Nakobe Dean were.
Well, I got good news for you, John. If the Eagles draft him, Jordan Davis and Nakobe Dean are already here.
That's awesome.
It's pretty good, Connor.
I don't know. How about this? And I'm making a complete assumption. I don't know how close they are.
Yeah, I
like
get
as
that.
far as I don't know how close they are.
You are right to be concerned if the Eagles held the 5th pick in the NFL draft at 10.
So you do not believe there's any chance he'll be there at 10?
No, I'm not saying that. He could be there at 10. There have been talks about teams taking him off the board entirely. So he could be there. I'm just saying at 10. If he shows up into the league and completely flames out because of off the field or character or even performance, whatever it is, if you miss at 10, taking a swing on a player like Jalen Carter, I'm okay with that. He's good enough that he's worth any type of risk with the 10th overall pick.
With 10th?
Yes.
What if Howie goes and chases him?
No.
Let's say he starts to slide. You're not putting that past Howie Roseman.
I'm not trading up. No. If he falls into your lap, you take him.
What if he slides to 8?
Yeah, I don't think I'm trading
Howie,
up for him either.
I'm asking you more about Howie.
Yeah, he may. I think with the question marks surrounding, though, I don't think he would. Plus, you have to think of this. Nakobe Dean Look, I liked him in college. I'll see what he's going to be, but we can't sugarcoat it. He couldn't get on the field last year, okay? Georgia linebacker, leader of a defense that was great. Jordan Davis, questions abound about him, injury, can he stay on the field, was his weight a problem, wasn't it, whatever it may be. So, yeah, you're doing a great job going to the SEC, going to the best team, going to the best defense in college. You took two of the leaders off of there, and you still have question marks after a year. Does that make you a little hesitant saying, well, I'm grabbing another guy from the best college program, but maybe he doesn't translate to the pro level? I don't know. Yeah, is this guy labeled a freak and all that?
Oh, he's a freak.
So is Jordan Davis. And the Kobe Dean couldn't beat out when all is said and done, some pretty mediocre linebackers last year to get on the field. So I don't know. Maybe the Eagles have some hesitancy about that.
Well, I think their offseason plan tells you that they don't. Like the idea of the decisions they made to let guys go, the decisions they made, especially at linebacker, it tells me they're confident that they've got something in Nakobe Dean. I'm a huge Nakobe Dean fan, and I'm one of those guys, Bob, who says, I got to see it. Because I didn't see it. I saw it all through his college career, and he was freaking awesome. But I didn't see it last year, and I really didn't even see the glimpses of it. And
well,
so
he
that
didn't have a
concerns me.
chance.
And that concerns me because I really believe that more their offseason plan, letting the linebackers go, told me all I need to know about what they think. The coaching staff believes in him. They clearly believe in him, that they think he's ready, he's going to be able to be penciled in because he's penciled in on the depth chart. Like he's a guy they're counting on. So they believe in him. Wow. I got to tell you, even as one of his biggest fans, I'm not there yet.
And you have to say what coaching staff believes in him. This defensive coaching staff didn't have him last year.
Correct.
So is it just blind faith? I would assume. Look, if you saw something in him last year that said to you, I'm comfortable with him being a starter next season, I think there would be times that he would be on the football field.
I would agree with you.
Yeah.
But do they mess with one of the things that it was portrayed by some of the beat writers that they weren't going to mess with the formula when they were running away with the year? They're running away with it. You don't mess with the chemistry.
Sure.
It's working. And TJ Edwards and everything. They made no effort to keep TJ Edwards. Like none.
No.
So
Kaiser White.
We'll see what happens. Kaiser, I'm not surprised. Yeah. I'm not surprised by that one. I am surprised a little bit with TJ Edwards. All right, coming up, we will have Tuesdays with Tommy. And Tommy Green doesn't know what's about to hit him. But I'm not going to be the one to hit him. If anyone's hitting him, it's Connor.
No, thank you.
I'm not signing up for that either. John Kincade Show here on 97.5 The Fanatic. If this mild winter didn't get you ready for getting out there and working on your lawn,
official home of the Sixers, Flyers, Union, and the best Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic. Now, back to the John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
John Kincade Show on The Fanatic. And Staples stores provide innovative products and services for small business, remote workers and learners, even teachers and parents. You can explore more at your local Staples store. They will take great care of you. John Kincade Show on The Fanatic on this Tuesday morning. And looking to create new relationships, new fun, new insights. And we were able to find a way to drag this man off the golf course because he plays a lot of charity golf. In fact, I believe there isn't a charity golf tournament, Bob, where Tommy Green isn't on the dais as far as he's one of the people that's been invited.
If you're running a golf tournament and you don't invite this man, you have something seriously wrong.
Tommy Green, welcome to the John Kincade Show. We're glad to have you, buddy.
Well, thanks for having me, guys. It's great to be here.
You made such a hit on our a live open house show. We decided to find a way to be able to get you in more often. And the Siren ETF Trust, distributor Foreside Financial Services, LLC, is presenting Tommy Green with us.
Well, how about that?
We appreciate that very much.
Yes, we do appreciate that.
Sounds like you got some money people behind you.
Well, I don't know about that. I try to stay out of that too much, and I let my man out there. I was talking to Mr. Cowper. Take care of that stuff.
You don't let Cowper take care of money. Sponsorships
he
are
makes
fine.
The money.
Yeah,
sponsorships
that's what I'm saying.
Fine.
He knows how to get those guys in here. You know that.
Cowper's pay. His 401k is going to skinny jeans and medium t-shirts.
How about that get up he wears every day? I mean, the stuff he wears.
Pee Wee Herman.
It's a little uncomfortable, Tommy. I got to tell you, walking the hallways, it's a little uncomfortable sometimes looking at him.
Oh my God! I went to some of those things. I'm like, I don't know if I get caught dead in those things. Yeah.
Well, Tommy Green with us, and we're glad to have him. And let's just get started with a couple things. First off is the idea of an 0-4 start. And Bob, you brought up something earlier today with Tommy about this.
Well, yeah, there's probably been teams you were on with the Phillies in the early 90s. Take away that 93 year, yeah, where there were some slow starts.
Oh, yeah.
When expectations aren't there, let's put it that way, as opposed to this team where they are, how do players, how do you handle a slow start like this, Tommy? Is it a fact of it's 4 of 163?
Oh, and I mean, that's part of it, but I mean, as a player, you have expectations of what, how you want to execute and do things, and you take it personally. There's guys who are taking it personally about the way they go. They didn't want to start this like this, but it's happened. And it's a long season. You hear that all the time with the coaches, and so you have to remind the fans it is a grind. It's a war. It's not a battle. Like a three-game series all the time is. It's a war of attrition. I mean, you're gonna have your injuries, and that's the thing. I mean, is the big thing with me is coming out of spring training healthy, and they were nicked up in some key spots, I think. And as far as the pitching staff is concerned, they need Ranger, man. They need that solidity, in the rotation, know that things are going on. But bottom line is, it's about execution. Those guys are holding each other accountable. Because they're not out there trying to fail. They're out there trying to succeed. But the first 3-4 games, a lot of them's failed, but it's a gut check sometimes. You have to take one to give one. And so you go back to the basics and keep it simple. How did I get beat? How did I, fail in those games? You start missing over the plate, and then you got to tip your hat that the other teams are taking advantage of you a little bit. So it's one of those type of things. It goes hand in hand. Am I disappointed in the way they start? Yeah. I mean, I think anytime you get Jacob deGrom down 5-0, you got to win that ball game. Period. You got to find a way to win it.
Yeah.
So and then you have your game, you get beat, and a good ball game. At the end with Falter pitching, and it's a 2-1 game. They get the timely.
Yeah, no problem with that.
Timely. They're hitting the baseball. It's the timely hitting.
Now, the idea of let's go back to opening day, even though it's just to rehash it, but we haven't talked to you about it. A 5-0 lead opening day, you ran Jacob deGrom, Again, you can't lose that game.
Yeah.
And that could change the entire trajectory of how things go. When you see Aaron Nola, then the manager having to talk about, well, he better get used to it, the pitch clock, because it ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is now. I mean, do I like things the way they're? I mean, I'm an old school guy. You know, I'm like, but that's the thing about baseball. And the thing about life is adjustments. I mean, you got to make things change sometimes, and you have to make that adjustment. The game's just not built around what you want. It's about you having, and the hitters make adjustment on you, and I got to make adjustments to him as a pitcher. So, and it's one of those things you got to do. Do I like some of the things they're doing? No. But that's just the way it is. You got to adjust.
I was saying earlier, not just with this team, Tommy, but maybe any team in baseball, an inning could turn this around.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Yeah, like, see, you say it nice and simple. Sure, it could. They get a 6-run inning. They carry that out to a win against the Yankees or something. You know, Schwarber hits you a 3-run bomb, whatever. That could turn it around that quickly, right?
Well, that's why I'm waiting for is kind of Schwarber to wake up. A 1-17 start, I wasn't expecting that from him.
No,
I'm not like I'm just
he
not saying
that, though, right?
home runs. I'm not saying home runs. I'm just saying we need a few hits. We need a broken bat in half, fall in over the third baseman type hit that opens the floodgates. I've seen that. I mean, just somehow get the hit, more than one hit. Maybe you get a 2-hit game or something. He just need to get off the one slide right now. I mean, he started out bad a little bit right here, and it just hadn't gone his way. But that's a big thing because he's been up some situations where it could have made a difference in the ballgame.
Oh, yeah.
A hard hit ball, or maybe if he'd hit one home run, it would have made a difference in the outcome. So,
is there a difference between? I'm looking at Rob Thompson, and it's something we talked about last week. First of all, I hate all this juggling of the lineups. I hate a different lineup every night. I think it sucks. Like it's something. But again, I'm managing from my couch. I'm not managing a clubhouse, and I understand the big difference.
The armchair guy.
Oh,
right?
yeah, I got all that. No, yeah, I mean, it's great. But the idea is that Rob Thompson, the interim manager, and Rob Thompson, the manager.
Yeah.
He was called in last year and brought in a fire hose with him and a hazmat suit to save the season and salvage it.
He was a common influence.
Is there a difference? Is there a difference between being the interim manager and starting fresh from game one as the manager in how you approach it? Do you think he does the same things? Is he the same guy?
He's the same guy. He knows how to. He's been around baseball so long, been around the best in the business so long, where he's coached at, and the way he's went about his business, and what he, just by his personality, you see who he is. He's a pretty consistent guy in the way he goes about things, and it's just like anything in a baseball season. Things change, even though you might have the same personnel. Guys get older. We got younger guys that are stepping in a little bit. You get an acquisition of a couple of new guys. You got to figure out what makes these guys tick, or how are they doing? And he's trying to push the right buttons like he did last year. He pushed a lot of right buttons last year and got a lot of positive things happen. And but he got to know some of his personnels, especially the young guys. And that's what he's trying to do now, is trying to put them in the situation to succeed. And that's what he's trying to do with that lineup. But sometimes, I think the game is geared around now, especially on the pitching side of it. They're so quick to make that move, that change to match up. Unless let that starter get out of that 6th inning, or he, after it's early in the season. I know they're trying to watch guys, make sure they don't get overextended.
Sure.
But why not in spring training, gear them up to go, especially the guys that can do it, at least 100, 110 pitches.
They weren't ready.
I mean, have them ready. Have them ready to go, that they can, if they need that inning to get out of the 5th, or, possibly get into the 6th inning where it saves that bullpen. It's just, where those guys don't get overexposed early in the season. Everybody don't get banged up a little bit. That's the things I think about a lot. It's just how the game has changed, with the analytics side of things, and you have more relievers in the bullpen that you can do things with.
Yeah. Give me your reaction to this. Every major league team opened on the same day this year. First time since 1965. You know how many pitchers went more than 6 innings? One.
You're kidding me.
6 1/3. Oh, you weren't here. You weren't in on Friday. That's right.
No.
Are you
One.
kidding me, right?
No, one.
19
and
outs?
it was the kid.
One guy got 19 outs.
It
That's
was the kid that in spring training gave up 11 runs. What was his name?
Dylan
Connor?
Cease for the White
Dylan
Sox.
Cease.
That's
Went
incredible.
6 1/3.
That's why I
Tommy,
saw
that was
his
the
game.
only
Oh,
one.
yeah. Oh, my God. I can't.
There's your
Okay, that's
reaction.
so
That's-
ridiculous.
I mean, that's
Bad for baseball? Like what?
Well, I mean,
or just different?
It all. I don't say bad for baseball, but to me, it all depends on. It's an eye test that goes on during the course of a game. What type of innings are you having?
Mm-hmm.
Or is it high stress innings? I mean, it's like Nola. None of our starters seems like all our starters in the first inning thrown 25, 30 pitches. It's unbelievable. And who would have thought all of them would be like that? Basically, I think Falter was the only one, but the 3 or the 4, has had that. And see, that's the thing. They're throwing so many pitches early. It's hard to recover from that thing,
right?
From that type of thing. And a lot of it, some of it's them. Then the command, they're amped up a little bit. Sort of like Walker said last night, and that happens. It happens. You're human.
Yeah.
And then it's about you're missing over the plate, but you also got to tip your hat to the other team. Sometimes they're taking advantage of making you work. Fouling off those pitches, but making you work when you're kind of don't have that control a little bit.
I got to tell you, I think you hit it on the head. To me, it's the biggest difference in this season so
What's
far
that?
for the Phillies. I don't think opposing hitters have missed many bad pitches.
Exactly.
And the Phillies have.
It's amazing how those guys are paid to hit bad pitches, right?
Yeah.
That's how they make their money.
But it doesn't always happen.
If we always threw it where we wanted to,
they
wouldn't. They'd have a hard time making a living.
Yeah, but it just seems
but see, our mistakes are
exactly. The Phillies haven't taken advantage yet, and there's been pitches. You see Schwarber pop one up, and you see his reaction. Castellanos hit one, and he's like, "Man, that's what I want."
Just miss.
Yeah, exactly.
And see, that's what's so great about the game.
Exactly.
It really is. I mean, and that's what I tell. I find myself, and I tell people who talk to me about it. I said, my stepson at the house, he was talking. He gets on Phillies a little bit, and I said, "Hey," he says, "If it was that easy, you'd be doing it."
Yeah.
So just remember that.
Hey.
So you'd be out there doing it.
Hey, the 9 o'clock hour of the John Kincade Show is brought to you by The Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. For details, go to Bagster.com. So, Tommy, for those who don't know a little bit more about you, they know you, the pitcher. They know you, the Philly guy.
Yeah.
But the idea of you as a guy, like stuff known about you, I'm just saying they're like the Bagster, which is a giant dumpster in a bag. Are you a guy that Tommy Green goes home? We were already talking about my friends at Paul B. Moyer and Sons being up in your area, up in the Doylestown area. Are you the guy who around your house is doing everything? Like, are you doing your own home fix-it stuff? Are you out there in the yard where you'd need a Bagster? Because I can get you one. If you want to put all the yard waste in it and everything like that, you're doing that. Are you that guy?
Yeah. It depends.
When you're not on the golf tour.
Oh, yeah. I'm
the
the mow
celebrity golf
yard.
tour.
I'm the mow yard, the edging, which I do hate that, but because I got a long way to go to pick up stuff, So I pick and choose my battles when it comes to the cleanup, the mulching and stuff like that. I usually I'll get somebody else to do that, because I'm not the spring chicken no more, where I like to spend.
Oh yeah, you look like you're 75. Bull crap on that.
Well, hey,
You look
looks are deceiving. Yeah. So your lower back tells you that after a while. You get beat up on the inside a little bit. But no, I do my own most of my own stuff. Yeah, but when it comes to like the mulching and stuff, I mean, why would I mess up a golf game mulching?
Would you fix?
That's the way I look at that.
That's the point. It's words to live by.
And I'm working on the golf game. It's a new year. You're just starting out again. You don't know where it's going. Yeah, I just enjoy to play. I'd rather play that than mulch.
Yeah, would you fix drywall? A drywall has to be replaced in the garage.
Yeah.
So you would do
I've
that.
done that.
You are a fix-it guy.
Yeah, I do things, and if I feel like I get over my head, I mean, obviously I'll reach out. I'm not one of those guys where, where I like to deal with electricity. No, that doesn't happen.
I don't do electricity.
Water, I make sure it's done right. It all depends on what it is.
Like plumbing, you don't want to mess with that.
I'll do certain things, but it all depends on where it's at. If it's if it's something that can hurt like upstairs and stuff, you got to make sure that stuff is right, or it comes down on your head on the first level type stuff.
Did you learn that? Where you learned that back in high school?
Well, I mean, it's process of elimination sometimes a little bit. My dad taught me a little bit, but I learned a lot. I used to do some renovation stuff. I had a good buddy of mine down in Richmond, Virginia, when I lived down there. We used to do houses and stuff, and he could build this place we're in. He was, he knew how to do everything. So we did a lot of things. I learned a lot from him, how to do things. I said, I learned a lot to say, to know when, okay, you can do this. I'm not.
Tyler asks, where is Tommy Green from? He says he sounds like he's from Eastern Kentucky. And I know where you're from, so I'm not going to answer it. So,
well, people, I tell people, especially up here, and I get a chuckle or laugh at it sometimes, I said I'm, South Philly, So, I'm just
that's where you get the southern drawl from.
See, the thing they don't really hear in there, I the south of Philly.
You're south of Philly.
Yeah. So, and I get to laugh. No, but I'm from North Carolina originally. But I haven't lived there since I was like 19, 20 years old.
We haven't lost the.
Well, people tell me that, but I lived in Richmond, Virginia. You mentioned that earlier, as far as the city. But I lived there for over 20 years, and I guess being in between kind of kept it because years I played ball, you're playing with guys, from New York, California. Everywhere with sometimes hard accents.
Did you learn
Australia.
Spanish? Did you learn Spanish?
All the bad words. Back at one time, and I'm getting older now, I'm forgetting them. So, it's that type of stuff. But, Richmond, I basically grew up there, really, because I was young when I got there, met my first wife there, settled down there. My son was born there. It was a great place. But, and then I'm back up in Philly now. My second wife, Wendy, and I lost my first wife to cancer. We were talking about stuff that earlier. But that's part of my life. It got me back up into Philly. Where I should be. Around the fans because I grew up an avid sports fan. Even though I'm from North Carolina, I didn't have favorite pro teams. I was ACC basketball.
Yeah.
I was ACC basketball. Obviously, you see
right.
But I had favorite guys. In baseball, football, I've chose a football team because my friends were Redskins, Cowboys fans, and there was no way I was going to go that way with them. I went Steelers.
You went Steelers?
I went Steelers. I was because Mean Joe Green. He spelled my name like me.
Okay.
And they were defense. I was a big defense guy.
Yeah.
Even in basketball and ACC basketball, I was defense. I was defense first. I always went that way because I always thought the best way to offense is through your defense. You play good defense, the offense don't have to work as hard. Yeah,
I like it.
I got a feeling that you and Connor, I'm not going to make a guess here. You and Connor, if we got into your Apple Music, have a lot of similar tastes. Do you have music on your phone?
Well, I go through like Spotify.
But
and stuff like
whatever.
That.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a feeling you and Connor have a similar playlist. Connor, give a couple of your biggest hits and see if Tommy's got in common.
It might be a generation apart, but I'm a big country music guy. I was actually born in Sanford, North Carolina.
Oh, God bless you.
But I've been up here since I was like 3-4 years old. So
that's all right. He blessed you.
Yes, for sure. Absolutely. And I had the accent when I learned how to talk. I'm a big country guy, so it's modern country, Florida Georgia Line, Billy Currington.
Yes.
Look.
Yes.
I knew
we're going back a little bit ways. Tim McGraw.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Good stuff
I knew Tim McGraw.
Well, you got to go way back
Joe
for me.
Diffie. Are you a Joe Diffie guy?
Yeah, I like Joe Diffie.
Yeah.
I got an appreciation for a lot of different things. I grew up, obviously, I'm a rock guy, too. One of my big bands when I was young, this stuff was Kiss.
Really?
I love the makeup.
I would never have guessed that.
You ever put the makeup on yourself, Tom?
No, that would be incorrect. Never even thought of it.
I would never. Now, Kiss. I would never look at you and say Tommy Green's a Kiss fan. I would have said maybe Metallica.
Oh yeah.
Maybe Aerosmith.
Yeah, I love
Aerosmith.
I'm all about the. I got appreciation for all the genres, but
so you really
my dad got me started. When I got in the car with him, it was all Waylon Jennings, Merle Haggard, Johnny Cash, Conway Twitty, all that stuff, and then that got the country music got going at it. But I grew up during the the rock, the Southern rock,
the heyday, Leonard Skinner, Kiss,
Doobie Brothers,
AC/DC, the hair bands. I was all about that. I still am. I listen, to Hair Nation all the time.
See, I'm a
country guy. I got appreciation for everything. So
I
which is
like
great.
good music. If
You hit it on the head.
Yeah,
right
if
there.
I
It's just
hear
good
a song
music.
that I like, I don't care if it's
I don't care
country
the genre
or whatever.
if you like
yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Which is really good.
All right, I got a trivia question for Tommy Green.
I love this one. It's a trivia.
This is pretty good.
For you.
So, Connor, you might not know all about this, but Tommy was 6th in Cy Young voting one year.
I did see that because I looked up your baseball reference page as you sat down there.
Attaboy. 16-4 record in 1993.
Yeah.
You led the league in something that year. Do you know what it was?
Probably wild pitches.
Spot on. I love a man that knows himself.
Wait a minute. Whoa. You were 6th in Cy Young voting.
Yeah. Should have been better. If
And
I
you led
pulled my growing.
and you
lost.
led in what? Well, we don't want to hear about your social activity. You finished 6th and you led the league in wild pitches. I don't remember that, and I watched your whole Phillies career.
Well, it's and the way I look at that, sometimes you're trying to make a pitch, and obviously you don't. You especially with 2 strikes and stuff, you're trying to bury a breaking ball.
Yeah.
Or something like that, and sometimes you pull it too much, and it is. I mean, you can't catcher can't block everything.
No.
I mean, he tries to, And I have sometimes I got a good story with Dutch one time, about that. But that is, that's some of the reason, But I've also been said some of the guys coming up to me, he says, "Man, I can't quite get you. I mean, for a C or whatever," he says, "You're just wild enough that we can't be comfortable."
Is that a misstart, Tommy?
Effectively wild.
Yeah.
It's sort of like a good thing because once you start getting hurt, you're trying to make you the perfect pitch all the time. Or you hit the corners all the time. You're trying to you get where you want to place it. And as a young guy, sometimes that happens. And then process of elimination, you start giving up home runs, especially the 2 and 3 run type. You start learning pretty quick. I'm not messing around coming inside with a guy on the corner trying to hit a corner. I'm throwing it through there.
Right.
And if he doesn't get out of the way, that's his fault if he gets away from me a little bit. That's the mentality I started taking, and it played better for me because my ball livened up better. You stop trying to, you kind of learn those little lessons in life a little bit, and then you start feeling yourself out a little bit. So,
now,
that's what helped.
Now, you're born in Lumberton.
Yeah, I was just born there.
But born there. You were just born there.
Yeah, the hospital's there.
There was a minor league baseball team there once that was aligned with a major league club long before any of us were born.
Oh, God, yeah.
Do you know what professional sports team had a minor league baseball team there? And they actually took the name of the major league team. They played there for 4 years, and it's post-Second World War.
No,
I read about this last night.
No clue.
The Cubs.
Oh, really?
The Cubs used to have the Lumberton Cubs. You could have played minor league ball if you were drafted properly. Maybe somebody would have.
who I was going to say probably it was the Indians.
It was the Lumberton Cubs
because we had a lot of there's a lot of ancestry and stuff with the Lumbee Indians.
Oh, really?
From that area, so from that surrounding area. So I thought that might have been close. I would have never guessed the Cubs.
Do you know where Lumberton came from?
No,
because the Navy, the Army, and everything would go any lumber they needed would be serviced by that area. They would go to that area.
You're teaching me something.
See,
I'm not a history buff.
No, because I'm a dork.
Yeah.
No, I'm a dork.
You got that right.
I wasn't going to say that, but now that you did.
Guess what? Yeah. After a few weeks of doing the show, Tommy, you'll be saying it. You'll be saying it to anybody that listens. Hey, the Siren ETF Trust and distributor Foresight Financial Services, LLC, brings you Tommy Green. He's in with us. We got lots more on how the Phillies break out of this slump, and more importantly, as they move towards the home schedule, when is the right time? Somebody asked earlier, when would be the right time to panic? Tommy will tell us about that coming up. He doesn't look like the panicking type. John Kincade Show here on 97.5 The Fanatic. My friends at Landis
Whether you're at home or on the go, listen to 97.5 The Fanatic on Odyssey on your smartphone, Roku, LG Smart TV, Waze, and more. That's Odyssey, AUDACY. Check it out now. Now, back to the John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
John Kincade Show on The Fanatic on this Tuesday morning, which means that we get Tuesdays with Tommy. As Tommy Green's approving of your musical choice.
Got to give some kiss to the man. First day in. Give him what he likes.
Amen, brother.
I never would have thought. You learn something new every day. Like, I would not have expected Tommy to be a kissman.
Yeah, he's got depth to him. That's why we got him on.
I'm a Kiss guy, but I love Luke Combs, too.
Oh, dude, new album's great. Just absolutely incredible.
What's the one that my cousins were trolling for tickets for that I asked you about the other day at the meeting?
I don't know.
Morgan
Wallen.
Morgan Wallen.
Yeah, he just dropped an album, too. His is 36 songs. It's super
But Morgan Wallen's playing he's not playing the biggest venues, is he?
Yeah, he's playing stadiums now.
Now
he is?
Now he's gotten huge.
Really?
Yeah.
So he's an ascender.
He's probably the #1 country star in the world right now.
Yeah.
So he's ascending them. Yeah. I thought I saw him playing he's coming around here and he's playing a smaller venue.
Probably last time he was on tour, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know where he's playing. But we're heading into the final stretch of the morning, presented by Stretch Zone. If you want to relieve sore muscles, Tommy, increase your flexibility, Tommy, and your range of motion, book your free 30-minute stretch session today at StretchZone.com. Have you ever seen one of those stretch zones?
I don't know, but it sounds painful.
It's not, though. It's literally
you don't know my body.
I said, and I don't plan on getting to know it in the course. That wasn't in the deal, Bob. I've checked the paperwork.
Okay,
we're not going to know Tommy's body. Ricky Batalico, I talked him into going. Ricky went. He's a huge fan, and now he goes.
Well, that's good.
It's it's like being stretched out after a start, and they work lower back pain. If you have lower back pain and things like that, Stretch Zone, and you get a free one, and all you got to do is mention my name. 30-minute stretch. Anyone you see, 10 locations. You can try it out. Well, and you're Tommy Green.
Well, I mean, I know for me to have to do that, there's a process I'd have to do to even go there. I got to do my own.
You got to stretch.
I have my own stuff. I got to kind of stretch and get in the routine of doing that better, and then go because it's gonna hurt.
It's gonna hurt the first time.
It's gonna. I know my body, so that's the way it's gonna be.
Tommy's brought to us by the Siren ETF Trust, distributor Foresight Financial Services LLC. Bob, when you are putting the new keg in the kegerator, is that good stretch? You got to have a good stretch.
It's pretty good. If I get a half keg, I have to have help. I can't carry that on my own. That's tough.
The half. Do you do
the quarter keg?
We do half. Bend your knees.
That's right. Always bend the knees. Quarter keg's easy. You can just scoop that up and get it in there. That's usually what I go with because none of my kids are really around to drink my beer now. So I'm drinking it myself, so I don't need all that much.
That's why you can get a quarter keg.
That's right.
He's got it in the Tommy, how about this? Get it in the garage. Power move. Bob can go right to the garage anytime he wants. Red Solo cups are there.
Fill up about cutting on.
What's your address?
Beer's always open, Tommy. You're always invited.
I asked Tommy, I said, he was talking about, as I was telling him about, I said, see, do you mow your own lawn? And he said, yeah, and he's got one of those zero-turn mowers now. And I said, cup holder? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, got to.
Yeah,
you get done doing some yard work like we were talking about, and you put the mower away, and you got a little bit of a sweat going and all that. You think there's anything better than looking over to that keg and grabbing a glass and just pouring yourself on? Nothing in life is better.
When you're hot, an ice cold beer is spectacular.
And during the summer, it's no better.
Nothing.
Nothing even better.
No.
That's good.
It's a good life.
So Tommy's doing
with the foam on top. That's what I like.
You can do that too. Tommy, give some advice to. First of all, I don't want you to talk. I'm not going to put you in a position where you're talking about another person's money because that's unfair, especially as a former athlete, a former player. But what kind of struggle do you think it is for a guy in a contract year? How much extra pressure is you? And I'm thinking about Aaron Nola.
Yeah.
How much extra pressure do you then, a guy who is sometimes not handle pressure well, he's just added extra pressure onto his shoulders by not locking down a long-term extension, which reportedly was offered because he wanted more. How much more pressure do you put in your shoulders, or do you not?
good. That's a very good question. I know I never was put in that situation.
In that same
I was
situation.
fighting my arm too much. I was a year-by-year guy. I mean, with the way the money is today, I don't see him really worrying about it because he's made a ton of money already.
Okay.
I mean, I think that has something to play in it. That's just what my thoughts might be on it. I just know the money is in such a place right now. It's unbelievable. I know. I mean, and I look back at it. I mean, I thank God for the people that come before me that fought for us, our group. You know, the Boas in that era and stuff. You know, they struck for us and our rights to try to have different things happen for us, and we did the same thing for the guys who are reaping the benefits more now. You know, that started the process.
You were born 20 years too early.
Well, I mean, that's the way. Guess who my first boss was with the Atlanta Braves? I mean, I was drafted by Atlanta, and he was the head of the minor leagues at the time, Hank Aaron.
Wow. Can't beat
he was
that.
born too. You think he was born
Mr.
too early?
Aaron.
I mean, and I got the appreciation. I mean, when it started, because we had to talk money
with Henry Aaron.
Yeah. And
that might be a little intimidating.
Really, there wasn't no talking. You know?
No, Mr. Aaron.
He was saying, this is what you're going to, you know, that's it. Yeah. So, I mean, it was that, I mean, you went from maybe $650 to $700 a month.
Yeah.
That's not $100, not $650,000. You know, it's, I mean, you're trying to survive, you know, you're trying to find how you can put meals on the table.
Did you get a signing bonus?
Yeah. I was the first round pick with Atlanta back in the day.
No, I know it may be the signing bonus. I don't know how much the money was back then.
Back then, what? Not it's common knowledge. You look it up. I got 162.5.
So you got 162.5.
Yeah, and B.J. Surhoff was the first player picked. He was the first player picked in that draft. Pretty good draft. Look up that draft. He got $150,000.
So your agent negotiated more?
I don't know how that. I did.
You didn't ask.
I had a little bit of leverage, you know, the fact that I could. I mean, I was going to college.
Right.
If I wasn't in the first round, I was going, and I had the grades to go to college, and I had a little bit of leverage that way. They just couldn't pin on me down, and you know, because I didn't do good in school or was a bad egg or anything like that. I didn't give them the reason to have that kind of thought. So, but you look back at that draft, it was a pretty good draft. And some of the guys, I don't know how much they got, but if you looked it up, you know, you got Surhoff, Bobby Witt, Will Clark, Pete Incavilla, Barry Bonds, Rafael Palmeiro.
Wow, that's a great draft.
Greg Jeffries.
All right, who was behind you? We got to pull that up. Connor,
you went 14th,
right?
I was supposed to go fifth.
Connor,
Barry Larkin was in that draft.
Connor, find out who went after Tommy Green. We're going to do this here. Who went after him and who went before him? 162.5.
Yeah,
First thing you bought, like splurge item.
Well, I did. It took me a little bit. I mean, it took me about 6 months, but I got a car because I needed one. Me and my mom were sharing a car.
What kind of car did you buy?
Oh, a Z28 Camaro.
Nice.
And it wasn't 6 months. Probably after that, I got rid of it because it was horrible on the road. Beat me up. It beat me so bad rolling out of that thing. I was like, oh, it felt like
your back was really hurting you.
It was horrible. You know,
what do you think? You were Burt Reynolds or something?
Yeah, I ended up going to like a Maxima or something like that.
What, Bob? Who went ahead and who went behind him?
There was a guy taken in the second round, 36th overall. His name was Randy Johnson.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah. There's some names on here.
So you were drafted ahead of Randy Johnson.
Well, I mean, you look at it. I was told I was supposed to go around fifth with Cincinnati, and
Cincinnati went fourth and took Barry Larkin.
Yeah, I was supposed to go with Cincinnati.
I mean, that's a great pick.
They made a great pick.
I think the way it was told to me at the time, you had two high school guys that were at the top of the thing that were ranked, and it was Greg Olson and me.
Wow, there you go.
The two names, me and Greg Olson, who go back in the day.
That was a great draft.
The Dodgers picked 10th and took I think it's Tony Gwynn's brother, Chris Gwynn. Yeah. He didn't amount to it well compared to Tony, of course
right,
not.
Exactly.
But Brian McRae went behind you. Greg Jeffries, as you mentioned, Palmeiro.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some names here. Bruce Ruffin, former Philly. Bruce Ruffin taken in there.
What a great guy he is, by the way. I love Bruce when I played with him. He went through a lot, going back where he lost his own, that type of thing, and then having to come back and make it back to that, sort of like the Ankiel type thing. But he made it back pitching, so Mankiel never made it back, say, on the pitch.
I watched him play when he came and he played center field. He played center field for the Braves.
Athlete,
oh,
man.
God.
He
And
came
what
in
an
and played center field.
arm.
And
He had one of the best arms I've ever seen in the outfield.
It was unbelievable, though, what kind of a good dude he was. And he just lost it. And then he becomes a major league outfielder.
It's unbelievable. And I played with a guy like that in the Braves organization and had played against him in the state championship in North Carolina when I was a sophomore. His name was Andy Tomberlin. He was a pitcher and ended up asking the guys because he hurt his elbow. He asked the powers to be with the Braves in the minor leagues, maybe could they send him to winter ball to try to play?
Right.
I think they sent him to Australia. He hit like 450 over there. Come back, made it all the way to the big leagues with the Braves, and over to Oakland, played with the Mets some. I mean,
made a career out of it.
And one of those type of guys, a great athlete. I'm talking Ankiel type. Didn't have the arm Ankiel had from the outfield, but had pretty decent, but not like Ankiel, but he was a player.
There was another guy taken in the 6th round by the name of Deion Sanders.
Oh, yes.
So,
how about that?
Yeah, how about that? So, Tommy, what I wanted to ask you was, people I think fail to realize sometimes that pitchers in college baseball, Major League Baseball, were most likely the best athletes on their teams growing up. Like you put together 10 kids, you look for the best athlete, all right, you're a pitcher. So therefore they're probably the best hitter too. Shohei Ohtani, can that happen with more people, and do you think it will in Major League Baseball as time goes on?
I think there were some guys back in the past that could have done that. I felt like I know if I wasn't drafted in the first round, that I was going to go to school and I wanted to play the game of baseball. I wanted to go to a college where I had the opportunity to possibly play both ways.
Okay.
I hadn't agreed to it yet, but I probably was going to go to Clemson because they said, you're playing both ways for me. You're swinging the bat. They took time to recruit me and watch me. And I valued that. I hadn't agreed to go yet because then I signed, but the Braves always, they tended to draft guys that could, the athletic pitcher, pitcher. They guys could always handle the bat pretty good coming out. And I took pride. I took pride in my hitting, even though we didn't work on it like the regular hitters do. I mean, I took pride in it. I took pride because I knew my job basically was going to be bunting a lot, especially if I made it to, the big leagues and stuff, because you want to do your job and do that. But there's also, I won a lot of games for myself hitting
the baseball.
Yes.
Hitting. And there was nothing better than hearing the dugout behind you when you come up to plate as a pitcher said, he ain't a pitcher. Treat him as a hitter. That's nothing better, to me, because I took pride in it. And once they figure out, they start, they treat you like everybody else once they figure out you can swing it a little bit.
You talk about that with the Braves organization. Mm-hmm. Glavine, Smoltz, Avery could all handle the bat.
Guys.
Could all handle the bat. Maddox came over from the Cubs.
Yeah, Maddox.
And they started putting the bet. They would put a bet down amongst the starting pitchers where they would have a significant amount of money.
Oh, those guys are nuts.
They would bet. I
never played with Maddox, but
you got a certain amount of points. They would have a certain amount of points for a single, certain amount of points for a double, bonus point for an RBI.
Oh, yeah.
Like you got 3 points for every RBI. They would have this little game, sacrifice bunts counted, and they would put large money down at the beginning of the year, and they kept track of it. They took pride in it.
Oh, yeah. But those guys used to go. We didn't have, as far as I didn't have any like that going on in Philly when I was here. But I know in spring training we used to do different things. As far as on the bunting side of it, we used to put hats down by the lines and stuff, and whoever could get it in the hat, stop it in the hat, or keep it in the hat. There was a couple $100 or more. We throw $100 down there or whatever, or 20 each time. By the time there's $400 or $500 in it. There's always it made you go about your business a little bit.
Well, you focus, right?
Focus. And you know the way it is with some of us guys, a little bit crazy. They're high strung anyway. They can't keep their attention more than 2-3 seconds.
Hey, surprise mom with an amazing trip to Denver to watch our team play 2 games at Coors Field over Mother's Day weekend. If your mom or your wife loves baseball, she's going to love this trip. Go to phillysportstrips.com today. You didn't pitch in a lot of these more modern stadiums that are much smaller.
Thank God.
So you're like, you look at that. You look at that and you say, "Thank God."
Well, I tell you what, it's an adjustment. You adjust. It's just like back in the day when going out to Colorado. I come through Colorado the first time. It was a minor league ballpark. It was a AAA for the Brewers. But you got a quick education on what the ball does out there. and it's about adjustments. You have to figure it out a little bit. You got to make your pitches. The ball in Colorado, the ball don't quite take the break or on your breaking balls, so you have to start it a little bit better. Instead of starting at the mitt and breaking it to the corner, you might have to start it out, to the side of the mitt a little bit and break it to the corner. You might not take the break like you want. We're looking for the off speed. We want to break the hitter's timing. But we still want it to break. But might have to start it a little bit in a better spot, as it's going towards the plate. The way I look at it. But you have to make those adjustments. And but people always ask me, so what was your favorite stadium? I said, the biggest. I said, if you could pitch in one stadium, what would you pitch in? One park, why would you pitch in? Yellowstone. Okay. Yeah, the biggest, the better, man. It's that type of thing. But no, seriously, all in back in the day, we pitched in the Astrodome, and St. Louis was a big ballpark, but you had the turf with the heat and stuff. The ball flies. Sure. Like in Philly, the ball jumped. Believe it or not, even it was a good sized ballpark. That ball with high walls, that ball it got up and it got hot.
Tom,
the turf was no joke.
Oh God, who's the most important pitcher on this pitching staff for the Phillies this year?
To me, it's everybody. It takes a team to do it. But you look and try to narrow down guys. You got to have your consistency. I want to say more so. Your big horses up top have got to give you the games because they're pitching. They're basically starting out pitching against the other teams, number 1 and 2, and that way. Yeah. That type of thing. We got to take advantage of games that we need to beat those 1 and 2 guys. Because you're hoping that the 3 and 4 or the 4 and 5 guys, or the rest of the staff, are consistent. They keep you in ball games, and as a pitcher, that's all I wanted to do. Yeah, you want to go out there to win every day, but I go out there to make my pitches. If I make quality pitches in a good area, I'm gonna make it tough on the hitters and change speeds and do what I can. And it could come down to one swing of the bat. It could be a 1-0, 2-1, 3-1, 3-2 ball game, and that's a great ball game. If you're pitching that way in the big leagues, you're going to make a good living for yourself. You don't have to worry about that stuff. It's about bottom line. Do you keep your team in the game to make that one swing of the bat make a difference? Because sometimes you got to win 1-0. Sometimes you got to win that 2-1 game. Not everything game's going to be a 7-2, 7 ball game. Like the fans want it all the time, which I get that. There's nothing wrong with that. I want it that way too. But it's not that way all the time. You have to do that. But it takes the whole staff. I look as a staff especially the starting staff is one. They need to give you some length to take the pressure off that bullpen. They need to give you some length, and I think that's what Nola and Wheeler they take pride in. Because they've always given it. Yeah. If you look at the stats, the innings pitched that tells you your story a little bit.
Saw a story yesterday, and then I got linked to an article on it. Is what does your pizza topping say about you? So we're going to find out a little bit about Tommy Green and the whole crew here. What is your preferred go-to pizza topping? Like, what kind of pizza do you order?
Oh, if I was to order pizza. I'm the diabetic.
By the way, this is for you.
I'm type 2. But it's not that I can't. I choose not to.
Okay, because you're in really good shape.
Well,
is that because of you're so diligent?
I'm better. It's just I guess it was the baseball life.
Okay,
I ate so many pizzas when I was in minor league baseball.
What would be your if you're you?
I'm a meat lover. I'm a meat lover.
Meat lovers. You know what that
says?
You can
go all kind of meat and I like onions and mushrooms too. But if I more meat on it, the better.
All right, Bob. Would you follow him in the meat, or is yours something different? So don't answer if it's something. He's like a meat lover. So you're saying multiple meats.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Sausage,
Connor, would that have been your choice?
No, it wouldn't have been.
Bob, it wouldn't have been yours?
Oh yeah, it would.
It would have been yours.
I'm a meat guy. Okay. Yeah, give me pepperoni and sausage every day.
Here's what it is. Here's Tommy and Bob. That's why they get along. You are brash. You are outspoken. You don't mind being the island in a conversation. Mm-hmm. You are willing to be slightly adventuresome. You will try something you haven't tried before. Mm-hmm. Does that apply to? I think knowing you a little like I do over the years, Bob, I think that applies pretty well to you.
Do you?
Yeah. Huh. I think you You'll try something. You'll be like, I'll give it a
sure.
try.
I won't play
Bob's
knockout, but he'll try something.
No, but Bob's like, I'll give it a try.
Dude, I played
think you
basketball
also-
my whole life. I can do without
And
knockout.
you
Won't eat a
never-
damn tomato.
And you never, ever worry about being the, you don't care if you're the singular voice in an argument. You
I
don't
want to
care
knock
about
him
that.
out sometimes.
What about
I
Tom? Does
don't
that
care.
fit you?
Yeah, for the most part, it does. I think it does. I'm adventurous in that side. But I'm a laid back. I got some of both of them. I'm a laid back guy. I'm like I walk that. I'm on the fence of that. I think you might be a little more.
No, I don't. I think I'm laid back at times too.
I think he's pretty laid back.
Yeah.
It's now the weird thing
I'm
is
laid back. I know that.
mine is pepperoni to just say pepperoni, not the meat lovers, because that's a different category.
Okay.
Mine is pepperoni. Tell me if this fits, Bob, Connor, and Tommy will learn. You tend to be very loquacious. Talk a lot, Connor.
That's a big word.
It's a big word.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's a big word for me. Yeah.
You tend to be ritualistic.
Did you write this for yourself?
No. And
Is he reading out of an encyclopedia dictionary or
and you
something?
tend to be planned out.
Yeah, you are.
If you have a pepperoni pizza.
You are Mr.
That's what
Pepperoni.
it
I'll
is, a
give you
pepperoni
that.
pizza. If you say pepperoni is your, I get pepperoni pizza is yours. Connor's yours different.
I got two go-tos. I either go Hawaiian
All
or
right.
I'm going the barbecue chicken with some onions on there.
Okay, this is perfect.
Oh, he's got sugar.
This plays perfect.
That's sugar all in.
Okay,
his
here
stuff.
it is.
Yeah,
Connor,
I need it.
Connor, you are confident.
What?
If you
Me?
put
God.
if you put any kind of fruit on a pizza,
Yeah.
which you just said,
Yeah.
you are confident.
Yes, sir.
You are a dreamer.
Yeah.
You are
Depends on the night.
you are quirky.
Yeah, he's that.
And if you are a male, you tend to trend metrosexual.
I don't know about all that.
Yes.
Come
Yes.
on now.
Connor,
These
that
shorts
just,
aren't that short today.
that you tend to trend metrosexual.
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty fair.
Connor's every one of those things. You are confident. You're a dreamer. You're a little quirky. That is anyone who puts any kind of fruit on a pizza.
Yeah,
that is
a
it.
little pineapple on
If
there
you do
never
that.
hurt anybody.
That is.
What if you're just strictly sausage?
Okay, here is the. Let me see the sausage.
I don't want to say I'm a sausage guy. I'm
Okay,
just saying
please
strictly
don't say that.
sausage on the pizza.
You are sausage. You tend to be bold. You tend to be into routines.
Oh, no, I'm more the meat lover than
cheese.
guy. Yeah.
A cheese person. Cheese pizza.
Boring.
Reliable. Concerned. Completely predictable.
Boring. Exactly.
Yeah, boring. That's pretty much it.
Like completely
Yeah.
predictable there. So
Yeah.
I got that.
Can you still throw it all, Tommy? Because I want to.
Yeah.
I'm building
Yes.
on this.
I'm-
Throw
yeah, I
up.
like this.
Baseball.
Throw or throw up.
No, just throw like your arm motion.
That
what
would
you
be
used to do for a living.
That would be a negative.
Okay, because Connor over there, speaking of bold and
Yes.
everything that John described him, every time we have a former pro athlete, he says he could do something off of them. Brian Westbrook, he says he could tackle him in a hole. He says he could beat an NBA player one-on. What'd you say? You'd beat him one-on-one?
No, I'd lose. but
TJ
I'd play
McConnell?
good defense. I'd shut
Yeah,
him
I
down
wonder.
defensively.
I think Tommy could probably hit a home run off of you. Put it that way.
Maybe
Connor
he'll
pitched
today.
Division III baseball.
I still got a pitch to Ricky. We got so many people lining up to play
seriously.
against me.
Yeah.
Connor, we need to set up.
Ricky can swing it.
We need to set
Yeah.
up the field of dreams because Connor, you said you could strike out Ricky.
No, I don't think I ever said that. I think, Bob
I
said
think
that.
you did.
I think Bob said that and backed me into a corner, and then I said it too.
All right, if we
And
set
you
up
agreed with me.
out in the
Yeah,
parking
but-
lot, I think
I
we
don't
could
back down.
Been
All right.
swung a bat or thrown a. Oh man, I don't even know if I could throw it through that window there. From here,
Come
from
on.
here.
I've seen you hit a golf ball.
Well, that's
So you're
different.
full of it.
That's different. That's down here. I mean, yeah.
Okay,
If I'm gonna jack up my wrist, which is already jacked up, I'm gonna do it on the golf course, not swinging a baseball bat anymore.
What did you have? You had shoulder problems, if I remember correctly.
Oh yeah,
Was
three
it?
shoulder surgeries of mine.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
How's it still affect you today? Is it really bad or?
Well, I mean, as far as to play golf and
not
stuff.
that you're going to throw baseball,
Oh, yeah.
but
obviously,
everyday life?
Your stretch guy would have a conniption fit. See,
He
he'd
would?
have a heart attack. It's sort of like the guy on Jaws. You'd have a heart attack. See my shoulder. Yeah, and it's that type of thing. No range of motion. That type of thing. They tried to get it, but it just. But as far as being able to play golf and that type of stuff is fine. But it's the overhand motion, a little bit different.
yeah.
It
paid the price.
It can be
Okay.
painful. It can be painful, but I have no proprioception anymore. Command. It's the most humbling thing I've ever went through. Just be able to play catch with your kid. I'm talking because before you could put a Coke bottle down there by the plate on the corners and stuff.
And you could.
I mean, you're out there. You're right there all the time, pretty much. Around there.
Sure.
And now, legitly, that window has a problem with me. I mean, it might be safe. That window might be safe. I'd be hitting around it, and that's a 6x8 window.
Do you regret anything about your playing career that you were in control of?
No, I do not. I went about it to the best of my ability. I know I prepared myself as good or better than most other guys. I went about, as far as during the offseason, prepare myself. I tried to come in better shape than I left or I was the year before. I tried to better myself every year, tried to prevent, do the right things to prevent possible injuries, and it never happened. That's the part of the game that really affected me. Got me going up here mentally a little bit. You're doing all this work and you feel like it's for nothing, And I thank a lot of good people, for helping me with that too. Dickie Knowles is one of my dear friends, and he helped me dearly with that. Because I didn't like baseball anymore. I couldn't watch a game because I couldn't play it. It was very humbling, when I had those injuries. I went through that. It was a good time, but it was okay. Dickie taught me that it's okay for you to be feeling the way you are. Nobody works as hard as you, and everybody knows it. He said, you go about your business the right way, and he said you can take pride in yourself, and it made a difference. You could hear it from one of your people you care about. It held a lot of water. Helped me. I was able to watch a game again after that and start loving baseball more.
Yeah, I say this all. John will tell you. I've told this story 100 times. People say, oh, yeah, he can just retire and he's got his money and whatever. And I say, yeah, at 32 years old. You were 30 years old. Yeah. The game of baseball was taken away from you at 30 years old. Yeah. People think it's so easy.
I was in the prime. I was in my prime when I started getting – I was basically, like I said, I was a year away from having not really to worry about anything. That's the way I looked at it.
Right.
Like signing possibly that 3 or 4 year deal. I was a year-by-year guy. So it wasn't about the money.
Right.
It was about. I love these words right here, for the love of the game.
Yeah,
that's why I played it. Yeah, that's why I tried to take pride in myself. I look at the guys, and that's why I say I'm able to correlate with the guys. I know what they're going through out there. There's nothing when I see injury, it drives me. I just
breaks your heart.
I want to reach out and just say, hey, fight the fight, man.
Yeah,
it sort of reminds me of Dutch, ride on, fight on. That's why, but you got to fight the fight.
Think about Reese Hoskins going into a contract year.
Oh, I was there. I saw that.
Okay, now when that happens, again, you just the fragility of it. He's easily lost out because most likely he'll get a 1-year contract coming back from that kind of injury.
Yeah, have to prove himself.
He most likely lost out on 20, 30, 40 guaranteed.
It's a crying shame
that he may not get back because of one play.
But it's all left up to him now. Go about his work the right way, get it healthy, make sure you're healthy. Same thing with Harper. Yeah, he's got his money, but make sure you're healthy when you come back.
It seems like
make sure you're healthy when you come back.
They're going fast. Yeah. And I do not. It's so funny. As I had a buddy yesterday texting me going, "You hear this? Like Harper's way ahead of schedule. Like 2 weeks ahead, 3 weeks ahead." And I'm going, that doesn't make me feel better.
No, it doesn't.
This guy has a contract for another 9 years. It doesn't make me feel better that he's rushing back.
Same thing with Painter.
Don't rush. He's 19 freaking years old.
You got to make sure these guys are healthy. Because you're counting on them. You want to count on them, especially Harper right now, because he's now. He's here now.
Yep.
Yeah.
It seems like every night on the broadcast I'm hearing something about, well, his projections are, this is incredible. I don't want to see him rush back. We got to get this. This has to be done right, not fast.
Yes. You got to be done right.
And things that are done fast are relatively done extremely well.
Yeah.
There's usually a corner that's cut.
Yeah. You got to be careful with stuff like that, and everybody's a little bit different. And there's got to be the talking back and forth on how he's got to be honest with, first of all, himself.
Mm-hmm. Right.
To be honest with somebody else. He's got to be honest with himself, what he's feeling, what he's going through. And to be able to give the doctors and trainers and stuff what they need to be able to help him, to be able to give him, that judgment.
We got a minute to go. Does the losing streak stop tonight, or does Aaron Nola put the stop on it?
I'm the eternal optimist. I'm saying yes.
Tonight's tonight.
Tonight's tonight.
That'd be great. And then Thursday afternoon with an open day Friday. Thursday's weather looking iffy. I'm wondering if they just move it to Friday. There's no rain. Worry about Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, Nothing you can do about the rain gods. You know,
No.
Well, I'd shift the game.
But there's nothing fun about pitching in the rain either.
I'd shift opening day. If I'm looking at the seriously,
I bet
they
you
have
they
an
do.
open day. They leave Friday open because
That's my
of
birthday.
it.
That's my birthday.
Oh, happy
Friday is?
birthday, Tommy!
No, Thursday.
Thursday.
Okay.
Yep.
Happy birthday to Tommy Green. We'll look forward to having Tommy every single week with us here on the show. Good job, Tom.
Hey, thanks, man.
Hey, we're going to have some fun tomorrow. Anthony and Andrew are coming up next. Support life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partners, Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and